That's what I was thinking, but then I'm like sounding like one of those conspiracy theorists. Right. Right. Yes, the baby is here. Right.
Busy.
That is good.
That is
Right?
very okay with that. It's been, I mean, it's been 5 months of, hurry up and wait, hurry, and now 5 months of wait, and I'm ready to get back to hurrying, right?
Nice.
So, yeah.
I'm glad. Oh, good, because I'm going to talk to her about farmer's market.
I tell you, my thing is laughing, I gotta remember. But the joke there was like, Ray, I like the staff, and the staff reports are juicy.
Okay, this one is
He's so ready.
call the meeting to order. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, do you pause there or not pause there?
Here we don't, but at the Suns we do.
Yeah. Sandy, roll call.
Councilmember Stacy Green.
Present.
Councilmember Kim Green.
Here.
Councilmember Bob Hall.
Here.
Councilmember Ken Palfini.
I'm here.
Mayor Susan Tavalero.
Here. Thank you. Presentation of 2018-2019 audit presentation by Charles. Charles, how do you pronounce your last name?
Pillin.
Pillin, okay.
Yeah, just pillow with an N
Wait,
on
there's
there
no
instead
French
of a W.
to it. We can
No,
pronounce the
you-
L's.
it is a French name, but they
We're
Americanized.
just going to pronounce the L's, okay.
There you go. Okay, so to kind of summarize the audit, it went really well working with the staff. Everybody was great. They got me all the information, nothing missing. As far as the pronouncements go that were kind of put into place during this year, the main one, which you will find on page 24 and 25 in the note, long-term debt footnote, is GASB 88. Again, they're just pointing out a few things. We don't need to talk about that, but that's basically just changing quite a bit of the presentation of the note disclosures on the debt of the city. And it was a pretty good change, I think. Put a lot of good information out there for the reader. As far as the difficulties in the audit, similar to last year, doing the 17-18 audit, is that there were quite a few misstatements that had to be corrected. We dealt with this same kind of finding last year, 2018-001, have the same finding this year, 2019-001. And if Emily wants to talk about it, we could talk about the changes, but basically I'll just summarize it real quick. But a lot of those changes are being implemented in the 1920 year. So I think that's going to get a really, taken care of pretty well before we get into the 6/30/20 audit. But there was no chance, kind of, with Emily coming on board late 18-19, no chance to kind of get that taken care of. Plus, the learning curve in her position is pretty dramatic, so she's still fighting through that. And then as far as the other finding with the budgetary policies, that's a repeat finding again, lateness of the audit for 17-18 and getting that finding taken care of. That's got into work, into the works in 1920. So I think that finding will probably go away next year. And then there's a new finding, 2019-03. These are all in the back of the audit report. And basically, that has to do with grant management. This was more of an internal control comment deficiency that I made in 17-18. But again, once we make those being so late in the audit, getting the audit done, there was no chance to get those things taken care of. But those changes have already been put into place, effective in 1920. But basically, the grant management is that the compliance with every grant is that grants should be effectively managed. That's not just out at the project level where the grant's taking place, if it's a sewer replacement or whatever it is, but it's also on the internal level. Files should be in order. The financial reporting should match the general ledger and so forth. The accruals at the end of the year should be made and all of that. So that didn't happen on a few of the grants, and so I made that as a weakness. Again, management's already taken care of that. They've already put policies into place, procedures into place to handle that. So no big deal going forward on that. I would like to, as far as consistency with the financials, the financial statements, I'm not going to go through every page on those, but they are, as far as presentation goes, very consistent from last year to this year. There are a few things I would like to point out in the audit and some of the balances, and that is that on page 3, which is the statement of net position, which is technically what we would call your balance sheet, there is a large increase there for the long-term debt. It's in the description due in more than 1 year. That's primarily the loan that you guys took out from the California Energy Commission for the renewable energy equipment. So that's just a pretty big change from the prior year. That's not all that. In that $2 million number is the Energy Commission number and the capital lease for the fire truck, okay, which you had in place in the previous year. On page 5 is also kind of a pretty big change in the general fund, and a lot of this is a timing issue, a timing difference between year-end and what took place after year-end. But at year-end, you'll see that there was accounts payable there of a pretty large number, $1.5 million, and you'll see 0 in the cash balance. And that's kind of an odd thing. That's an accounting entry, and the reason for that is because there were quite a bit of checks that were on hold at the end of the year, waiting for cash flow to come in the months just immediately after year-end. And so all that turned around at year-end, but at year-end, when we have a negative cash balance, we have to classify that as a payable. And so that's the reason you see that there. But know that you did have the cash come in. a lot of that has to do with timing of money being received from grants and so forth, okay, where the costs go out ahead of the grant revenue coming in. And so that's primarily, it's a short presentation, but I just, don't really have anything more to say. I would like to open it up, though. If there are any questions from any of the council members, anybody, we can ask those and get those answered.
Yeah. Charles, on page 3 there, you were talking about the due within 1 year. Could you explain that one more time? I wasn't able to comprehend all that you said.
The due in more than 1 year is your long-term debt.
Right.
And it's kind of a strange description. It would be easier if it just said long-term debt. But that's auditing. That's auditing and accounting rules. Mm-hmm. But basically, that is the debt. It really easy. Go back to page 24, I believe it is. Yeah, page 24 will have this schedule laid out for you, so you can see that on the governmental side, you have the long-term debt is your compensated absences, what we call vacation accrual, and your capital lease obligation, which is your fire truck, and the portion of the street sweeper, which is almost done. And then the note from direct borrowing is the borrowing that you did from the California Energy Commission for the solar and all of the renewable energy equipment that was put in. Yeah, and that was it was, you can see there, $1,527,000. So,
Explain it. Thank
okay.
you.
Yeah. All right, then I will turn it back to you.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
you're welcome.
Okay, now,
I would just, if you want to discuss it shortly, Sue and I met with the auditor and went over a lot of this in extreme detail for the last hour and a half. He's kind of giving you the rundown, short version. We can spend an hour and a half on it, but just, I think part of it is we're making some changes in the way we're doing things. We're going to look at a little bit more detail in how we present our financials and how we do budgeting so that we become a little bit more advised to what's going on. I think with Sue and I think primarily what we thought was that between Emily, our accountant, and our new city manager, they need to come up with a plan to kind of get that all together. Does that kind of wrap it up, Sue?
Thanks.
Okay.
yeah,
I knew you'd spend a lot of time.
Okay.
were we happy with it? Yes, we're very happy with Charles and Emily.
Yeah, and every year it seems like after about another 10 or
see.
12 more years, we'll have this nailed down.
Right.
Okay.
My only comment is that I would want to know, whatever we came to agreement, that Emily's in charge of that. She knows that because she came into the big cloud and she did a lot of changes, so, and you can't expect everything to be good, but I think, I know my discussion with her are just excellent, with how she handles money, and she just said if we don't have money, we're not going to spend it, and I like that.
She's still in the cloud, but she's trying to get out. Yeah. And Charles is helping.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Non-agenda public comment. So if there's anybody that would like to make a comment on anything that is not on the agenda, now would be the time to do that. And if you have anything to say about the hearing, you may say that now also, because the hearing is not an open hearing.
Hi, my name is Alicia Rodriguez, 55 North Wheat Boulevard, Suite A. And thank you all for your efforts in restoring our downtown. And I'm really nervous, sorry, I'm not used to public speaking. Our store has been, I'm the owner of the Wheat Smoke Shop in town, and we've been in business for 10 years. And we're very compliant with the city's regulations and rules. And I think the authorities in the city know that we're quite compliant and conservative. We don't carry CO2 cartridges, which are known as whippets, and they tend to litter the streets where they're sold. We don't carry oil burners, which are used for meth and crack. These items are not congruent with our values or the city's values. I believe in the city of 3,000 or less people, we do not need to issue more paraphernalia licenses. I would like the city council to freeze to the existing licenses that have been issued. And my last comment is convenience stores tend to bring carnival-like advertising in windows with the cigarette signs and the beer discounts. When you bring a convenience store downtown, there's nothing wrong with it, but I would like to see it in a more reserved fashion. We don't want that carnival look downtown. We need to have a plan as to what we want downtown to look like. And I think that concludes my speech.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Richard Dinges. I'm the Executive Director for the Weed Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to kind of give you an update about what the Chamber and the Visitor Center is doing. We're now open for the spring and summer hours from 9 o'clock in the morning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And we're currently looking for volunteers, so if you know of anybody that would like to volunteer, please send them our way. The Weed fundraiser is the 36th Annual Roaring Twenties Dinner and Chinese Auction event coming up, and it's going to be April 25th, 2020. It's going to be from 5:30 to 9, and it's at the Sons of Italy Hall over on 155 Clay Street. Tickets are pre-sale, and they're available at the Chamber of Commerce and the Handy Stop and Spirits. And it's going to be great fun. We're going to have flapper costumes, and should be a lot of fun with the auction itself and the games and really great prizes. So we're hoping that we can get as many people there as we can. The Chamber is also in the middle of its membership drive, so we're looking to increase our membership this year. We've already got about 144 members that we're looking at, so we're almost halfway through that list. So we're going to keep working on it, and because of the recent outbreak, we're also looking to SBA loans for small businesses. I did talk to Sean Smith today up at the county, and we know that there is quite a bit of money that might be available in low-interest loans for businesses that might lose it because of the lack of the tourist industry. So we'll know shortly from them if those loans are going to be available. So you can come by the Chamber, and I'll have the information there. The Chamber Board Executive Committee met last night, and we discussed forming a beautification committee. And basically it's to spruce up the downtown area. The Chamber has several interested individuals to help put a plan together to present to the city. And the board discussed potted plants, we discussed flowers and window dressings to go in some of the vacant buildings to make it look like they're used. But I'm going to keep you updated on that as we move along. The Chamber website is now running a little bit behind schedule, and we don't have all of our events posted. So hopefully by the end of this week, beginning of next week, everything will be up to date and the website will be working properly. So putting our best foot forward on that. We had a person that was our web designer. She got a real job, supposedly, and so now she can't work on it on a full-time basis. So that was probably part of our dilemma. Since the beginning of the year, we've had 72 guests, and most of those guests have come down from Washington and Canada. So, any questions?
Way to Arizona.
Yeah. Hopefully they just go on through. What? Yeah.
What's the menu for the Chinese auction?
Going to have tri-tip and chicken. And we did misspell it on the ticket. I don't want to say that, but it's chicken.
Is chicken?
But yeah, and it's going to be buffet style, so
What's the cost?
$30 per person. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is George Kay. I live in Mount Shasta, and my partner and I own property that is contiguous with the Roseburg property. It's to the east of it, and our property and well were part of the research that Pace Engineering did for the city, looking for alternative water sources. And so we're part of the documentation. One of the options that the city has available in the event that you're not successful in dealing with Roseburg, and I understand that there's litigation going on now. My purpose for being here is to make sure that you're all apprised of the fact that we have an alternative. My conversations with Paul Reuter, who did the research and documentation for PACE, was the lead engineer on it, that we have, it's my indication from him that we have a viable alternative for the city, and that the amount of water we have is enough water to meet the city's current and future needs. The research was done, we employed a hydrologist as well as Lawrence Livermore Labs that did a isotopic study on Bohan Spring and our well, because our well is only 800 feet from the spring, to give us an idea of whether or not our well and aquifer were connected to the spring. And according to the research and data that we have, it is not. It's separate from the spring. And as far as our research goes, it's a very copious amount of water. So my purpose is to make you apprised of that if you haven't seen that documentation, and also to let you know that we're in a position to do whatever we can to help the city of Weed acquire that water resource from us, and the property if they want. I've mentioned before, I had a brief discussion with Ken, and also on the property there's 8 to 10 million tons of basalt, which meets Caltrans specs. We had Basic Labs do rattler tests and so on, so it meets Caltrans specs for Class 2 aggregate base rock, which is also on the property, which would be available to the city for maintenance and future construction. So my partners and I are we have the resources available to us to help the city in any way that that we can to help them acquire that resource, if in fact it becomes something that you want to do. And to that extent, we can build out the infrastructure, lease it back to the city, lease it with the city for an option to purchase it. We can build it out, sell it to the city over a long-term purchase contract. So the city wouldn't have to rely solely on grant money or anything like that. So if you want any specific data that you don't have already, Paul Reuter would be happy to hear from you, and any of your questions can be answered. But we feel that we have a good alternative to the city in the event that you don't get satisfaction with Roseburg. So,
Okay.
Any questions?
Mr. Kay, I have a question. Thanks for the presentation too. I've been informative. How many cubic feet per second do you have?
Right now, I don't know what it relates to for cubic feet per second, but the well is only 65 feet deep, and it's producing over 300 gallons a minute. But the indication is that if we went deeper, there seems to be an unlimited amount of water in the aquifer that we have there, that other wells, larger wells, I think that the reference that was made by the hydrologist that it just depends on how big your straw is.
Right.
And it is different water. This water comes from approximately 10,000 feet on the mountain. It was traced, but there's all that data available. And so it's according to the data that we got from Livermore, and Basic Labs also tested it, and Lawrence Associates in Reading also tested the water. And the water has less particulates. It's more pure than the spring water, and the water is 50 years old, which what I was told by that, it means that it makes a great source for municipal water because it's unlikely that it would ever be tapped out. Because of the age of it, it's continuing to recharge over a 50-year period. And so it can't be, I mean, I suppose it could be drawn down, but it would take a long time to do it.
Thank you. I was thinking of surface water when I asked that question, but we're dealing with a well. You have a well.
Right,
Yeah.
correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much, Mr. Kay.
Thanks for your time.
Hello, I am Sarah Montgomery, 5734 Antelope Court in Weed. I wanted to give you folks a couple of updates, primarily starting with the Clean and Safe group that I'm spearheading, and we have done a cleanup so far of the city lots down by the, oh my gosh, I'm going to forget the name, Bulls Creek. Kind of hard to forget that. Anyway, we went onto the city lot with permission from Craig Sharp, and thank you so much, Craig. It was a last-minute thing. The spring weather has been favorable, so myself, Planning Commissioner Monica Zinda, and a member from Clean and Safe in Mount Shasta named Belinda also came, as well as my children, Annabelle and Liam Montgomery. We took out 7 60-gallon bags of trash and some vegetation to get down to said trash. And we also came across an empty hazardous waste bucket, large tires, and 2 encampments that we tore down that were back there. So I'd like to say thank you to the city for allowing that to happen. Craig Sharp also provided garbage pickup the next morning, so we were able to coordinate well on his day off, get the plan set up, and I know that the police department also responded to a call that we had of somebody burning, I believe it was garbage, behind the Siskiyou Premier building and the smoke shop building. And that's actually back there was a lot of garbage in that area. And I also, I guess, wanted to bring attention to the council is that the intention of the purchase of that lots and the grants, from my understanding, was that the city would then take ownership of it because of the flood mitigation plan or the flood plan that had happened. However, what's happened is that it's created a safe haven for homelessness. You have an unwalkable space that's locked off by gate that's completely accessible behind the Spirit gas station. So what you've created is an area that is now taken over by homeless. We came across numerous drugs, broken, shattered glass, and they just pressed down the berry bushes. So I'm very concerned about maybe the mentality that goes with it. Your intention was to prevent people from going down there, but what you've done is you've taken the population from going down there, which removes the homeless, and you've also made it so that the police department can't actually get into it. So I think it's something that does need to be addressed by the council as well as the Planning Commission, and taking a look at the plan that was formed in 2007 for making that a park. I have spoken directly with Fish and Game as well as the RPF that ran that project for the grant, and it was never meant to be overgrown and turned into the weed and invasive blackberry bushes that it has. They don't want any vegetation cut from the actual creek itself because it creates erosion from the banks. So I think that there's a lot of promise that could be happening in that area. It's underutilized. It's a beautiful water source. It is clean water if you take the garbage out of it. And it's a nice area that could really bring foot traffic to the businesses that are slowly but surely coming in. Sorry, I know it's been 3 minutes, but I'm just going to take an extra moment here. I apologize. Because the agenda has the hearing for Mr. Juarez, and I was unable to be here for the public comment last time. While I think that it's great that the city is doing their due diligence in removing and abating the property, I think that there's a grander issue here that the longer we wait for Mr. Juarez to come to compliance, which I think most of the town, as well as this council, can all agree is a load of explicit word here. It's not going to happen, and every day and every storm that passes in the interim is more damage done to the foundation and to the building. You can go along with your pipe dreams and think that that building's worth $2 million, but you've driven it to the ground. And I would like to see you guys continue with the action because Mr. Juarez's buildings bring in transients. He allows the transients to stay. He has littered the back alley with his transients mess, and it's got to come to an end. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
On a note for that, didn't we used to get CCC in there to at least trim down the overgrown bushes?
We have in the past, along with the chamber, a few times we've gone in there and done that.
I was wondering maybe we could see if they'd be willing to go give us a hand again.
We could look at it.
Okay.
We just got to make sure what we're doing does not invite more homeless.
Okay. Thanks.
Hi.
Respected Mayor, respected City Council, staff, chief, audience. First and foremost, presentation before me, the lady is very inspiring. Thank you so much.
Your name and where you live?
I'm sorry. I'm Harish. I'm representing my daughter. We are opening a convenience store here in town on 298 Main Street. Just wanted to come here and present myself, what our intentions are in the city. Obviously, the building been empty or, here and there occupied. We are experienced business owners for the last 20 years, and we have no intention of bringing in any riffraffs to our businesses. Our intentions are one side convenience store, other side in future, in works, coffee shop, donut shop combination. We are not here just to make money. In our past experience so far, we have become, everywhere we go, we become part of the city, and we raise funds for local firefighters, to local food banks, to local schools. Doesn't matter what kind of businesses we are in. And you will see, I'm not just here to brag those rights, but you will see as we grow our businesses, we will do exactly what we have done in the past. Respect other members or audiences, what they have said so far, what convenience stores bring in, I understand that. Maybe most of convenience store brings in, but all fingers are not equal. So we run our businesses extremely professional. You will see we will not have no extra advertisement outside. We strictly believe in minors. They cannot come in and purchase our tobacco or alcohol. Sting operations are extremely welcome in our stores anytime, and we encourage them to be happening more often. So if there's any mistake we are making, so that we can catch it. Other thing I want to mention that maybe by bringing our businesses in that community or in that part of the downtown. It might inspire other business owners to come in and establish their own businesses. That will bring in traffic, maybe into Main Street, which people always stop by the beautiful arch we have, take picture and move on. And nobody comes, further down. So having said that, any questions, more than welcome. I hope.
Uh-oh.
I need to go.
Mr. Mayor, I have one. I have a question.
Go ahead, Stacy.
I have a question. You
Yes, sir.
said you had business experience. You didn't state what. Can you just give a theme or area what you've been business owners in and its success?
Yes, sir. Have our own businesses from liquor store to basic convenience stores to smoke shops, just to general merchandise stores in the past in Sacramento region, Elk Grove region. We have had our store in Ione, mostly in Sacramento region, but I'm getting older, so moving away to calmer places.
Do you still own those businesses? Are they separate?
No, sir, I just sold them. Health is getting bad, so it's kids' turn now.
Thank you for sharing that.
Absolutely.
Anybody else?
Do you have an estimate of when you're planning to open?
Yes, ma'am. Within next, I would say 4 weeks, we should open over, we'll have a soft opening, then we'll have hopefully grand opening, and hopefully all of you will be there.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
I understand you bought the whole building?
Yes, ma'am.
Good,
We
thank
bought
you.
the whole building.
Thank you.
Welcome.
It's on the corner of Division and Main. Well, yeah, the old.
The Savoy. The Savoy. The Savoy.
Hi,
Hi. My name is Gay Taylor.
Gay Taylor.
Yes,
Nice to meet you.
it's good to meet you. And I'm newly hired by the Happy Company. I'm here to speak on behalf of Mark Juarez, who is CEO of the Happy Company. Oh, thank you. And you're looking at the agenda. I was looking at the agenda. Is it appropriate for me to speak now?
Well, are you going to give a presentation for him?
Yes.
Then you can do that during his hearing. Am I correct? Yeah.
Oh, and so we are invited to the hearing?
Yes, if you're representing Mr. Juarez, yes, you are.
Yes, okay.
So you want to just hang on?
Yes. I
All
will.
right.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Does anybody else have anything that's not on the agenda?
I forgot to mention that weather permitting, we will have a cleanup of South Weed this Saturday and Sunday, but it looks like it's going to snow.
Yeah, it will.
So if it ends up snowing,
Maybe
no,
it'll snow.
but I will be in contact and let everybody know.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. All right, we will move on to item number 5, council member announcements, meetings, and reports. Do you want to go first, Ken, or do you want to go, Bob? You go first, Bob.
Just mix things up a bit.
Yeah. Do you want to go first?
Left to right.
Your feelings are hurt?
Yeah. Ms. Mayor, I really don't have much other than I was kind of caught me off guard. I wasn't prepared for this. What have we done? Faces have met again, our ethnic diversity group. We're going to be meeting again this coming Monday. What else? I'm going to pass for right now.
You want me to come back to you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. All right, Ken.
Oh, now me, huh? First of all, I'd like to thank Sarah and the people that she's joined in helping for clean and safe weed. I couldn't make the last one, but I do thank you. It's appreciated. I would like to say that we lost an important lady in our neighborhood this last week, and that's Evelyn Smith, who's been a very diligent community member. She's helped in a lot of different functions. Very strong-minded woman, as I remember, but she'll be missed. So my condolences to the family. I'm trying to think of what else here. I'm done for right now. You're going to have to roll me through again, just like
All right.
Bob.
Okay.
Getting old, memory
Yeah.
slipping, you know.
Mrs. Green?
Well, I'll piggyback that Evelyn's services are going to be at the community center on the 28th.
Oh, I thought that was this Saturday. Okay, on the 28th. Is that a Saturday?
Actually, yes, it's a Saturday.
It's actually the services going to be at the church.
And then, yes, and then the repast will be at the community center. If you haven't bought your tickets for the museum dinner, it's this Saturday night, and it's really the only fundraiser I think that the museum does now at the Sons of Bailey Hall, and it's chicken and raviolis. Got your ticket? And I think that's all I got, yeah.
Mr. Green?
Oh, my gosh, okay. I don't have a lot, but I do have a lot of volume. I attended a webinar for the housing challenge in California, and there's certain things that they want us to do as a city, and I'll go through it. We already have things in place, our housing element, so we want to make sure it's up to date. That's really it. I can tell you the demographics and all that, but the main thing of that is political landscape, and the league is working with the governor's office and the whole state officials to get things rolling. And we're actually in line with what we're doing with the housing presence that we have here. We've been talking about that recently. I'll just give you some bullet points that they talked about. There's a production goal of housing 3.5 million by 2025. All housing bills are simply a majority vote. And two of the major bills that recently you might have heard, SB 50 by Weiner has failed, and AB 1229 by Bloom is a 2-year bill. So we hear anything in the news, but the thing that they want us to know as a city and everyone on the call, we need to have a housing production bill that includes consensus solutions so we can help solve our housing affordability crisis. I know Councilman Hall has worked on the homeless piece for a while, and well, to me, it seems like it's just political words because no money's being put to it. My feeling, and you know how I feel about things. I'm pretty outspoken, but at least the league is partnering to try to get something developed. And oh, okay. Well, they did make they have a housing working group. And they made recommendations to the League's Housing, Community, and Economic Development Policy Committee. And that committee is comprised of 60 mayors, council members, professional departments, diversity caucuses, regional divisions, and partners. What else did I want to tell you? So we're in place with our housing element. You know, we have it on our city efforts. I thought it was kind of new. There's some near-term action they want. There's a formal affordable housing and community development investment program, up to $2 million annual state investments via tax increments in infrastructure, affordable housing, and revitalization neighborhoods. 50% of those funds must support affordable housing. So that's what we always need to talk about, affordable housing and who's there and how we need to put people in place. And let's see, the last thing I think is on here. I'm looking at the slide that I asked them to send us. Oh, they want us to establish a workforce housing opportunity zone or a housing sustainability district. I don't think we have that yet. That's the thing that, so if the government sees that, then, oh, there's money, we can go there, they can put them there. So something we might want to look at doing. Let's see. That's the near-term action. So I thought it was an interesting call. It was an hour, and they went right from 60 minutes to 60 minutes, and they were a lot of questions from the other officials throughout the state. So that's one piece I have. And the second piece is the virus information. The league has some notes that they sent to the city. I know our chief was on a call, and he sent some information out to us as a city. I think it might be good to put on our website so we have it there as information so people can go there and see what's being done. Because my question is, why is everybody buying toilet paper and water? I still don't understand that. But the league knows. Let me just go over that real quick, what the league says. So I'll just read a little bit. I don't like reading a lot of stuff, a lot of political words, of course. And the president of our United States, Mr. Trump, has also did some things that, we'll see how those roll out. I don't want to put any effort to that. The league staff has been actively engaging state officials from the governor's office, California Department of Public Health, and California Office of Emergency Services. And as of the 20th, there's 2 documents that they want us just to read to you. And I know that our health officials have that information. But, and there's so much different stuff on the news, you guys probably see all that. I don't want to coincide with that. So let me see what's, Sandy, I'm looking at the stuff I sent you, that one form. That might be, it's a bullet point list. I think that's probably best. Yes, let me just read that for you. Then that'll be all. For now, right? You know me. All right. Yeah, this is the briefing as of Tuesday, March 10th by the California Office of Emergency Services. And the call review has talked about what's going on, the numbers. We don't have to know about the data. You can watch the news for that, the different cases. And just before 5, Governor Newsom came on and was addressing some of those numbers, saying that some are actually correct. So it changes every minute. But as a city, I think we should have a presence in the conversation. And let's see. Current statewide guidelines on teleconferencing are not adequate for folks who are self-quarantining. So we've been talking among ourselves. There's certain things as regular health that you should do. And I'm not going to police that. You guys know what you should do. You got to wash your hands before you do the additives.
Everything.
They did talk about, I know Chief and I were talking about it before the meeting, there's some guidelines about having existing groups of 250 or over, and he mentioned, what if there's a wedding? We can't police that. So there's some areas that, not concerned, but we need to be aware of what the presence is, because we can't go into martial law. I think that's probably it. Because everybody's watching news and you see your own different parts. CBS, NBC, all that. Just know you got to be clean and safe, and it's not going to stop for a while. And don't travel anywhere, because there's bans on traveling outside the United States. Or if you do, just be careful. We want you to come back and be in our city. I think that's it.
Thank you.
I think so.
I have all the good news. Next door to the new convenience store, there will be a new frozen yogurt and grilled cheese store that will also, gourmet grilled cheese, that will also have tomato soup. Because I asked her today, well, grilled cheese is fine, but are we going to have tomato soup? Yes. I know.
And Ritz crackers.
If any of you remember back in November, whenever we did the TOT money, the disc golf out at the college, the weekend that it snowed, that was not last weekend, but the weekend before that it snowed, that Saturday, they had 81 golfers show up to their tournament that golfed in the snow. And there was about 20 of them that spent 1 to 2 nights in our hotels. So that's great. That's what we want. I would like to say congratulations. I can't believe you forgot to do this, both of you. I would like to say congratulations to the Weed High School varsity basketball team.
Yes, yes.
They represented our community very well, and I wish them success next year also. Yeah. And if you're watching, thank you, Robert. Last Saturday, it was last Saturday because it was when it was snowing. Mm-hmm. The fire department did a training burn. They had about 50 firefighters from all the South County. I don't think there was any in the north. The South County fire departments that did training on a house that they got to burn down. And then that night, one of our volunteers, Chris Brown, who he was a student at COS, and I'm pretty sure he's graduated with his AA in fire science, is our weed representative for Firefighter of the Year, and they had an awards night Saturday night and recognized a lot of the firefighters from the communities and Chris Brown. Oh, yes, and Craig and Maria Sharp also were awarded Citizens of the Year because they do something very special every year at Christmas time.
That'll cost you at Rotary, you know.
Yeah, he has to pay for that. Right. I went to the transportation meeting on Tuesday, and again, this summer, they will have free bus passes. No, they're not free. I believe they're $20 bus passes for anyone 5 to 18 that they can ride the bus for free anywhere they want to go. They can go from Mount Shasta to the Weed Pool. They can go wherever they need to go.
But it's not free, it costs
It is $20. The free
$20
passes-
unlimited ride.
Right. The free passes will be for the college students again. And I don't know, I'll tell you next month, there is discussion of adding senior citizens, veterans, and something else onto that free pass also. I don't know, I can't remember if that was a confident yes on that, but I'll let you know next month. And then I would like everybody to know that on Tuesday, April 7th, from 5:30 to 7 o'clock at the Weed Community Center, we will be having just a coffee and cookies. Weed Rotary is going to host a reception for our new city manager. He will be here in a couple weeks, working hopefully diligently, meeting all the staff at City Hall. So on April 7th, that Tuesday night, we'll have kind of an open house, cookies and coffees for people to come by and meet him.
6 o'clock?
5:30 to 7 at the community center. That's all. Bob, did you come up with anything else?
No, ma'am, not really, other than I have talked to staff regarding our road fund, which we don't have at this time, but we're looking at some alternatives, so looking down the road, maybe 10, 15 years, where we can be able to service our own roads. And hopefully, as the new city manager comes in, I hope we can influence him to understand that this has to be taken care of, because it's been said before, and I think we need to pay attention to it. We could very well be, if we wait for the money to fall out of the sky, we may be on gravel roads with water trucks during the summer. So we really need to take this serious, and I want the public to understand that we're working on it, but it's something that we all need to understand, that there's a priority here. And roads, our infrastructure is a priority. That's what the city's here for, first and foremost, safety and infrastructure. Thanks.
Thank you.
Oh, also, it was being indicated that Mill Street, there's going to be a hot patch repairing the 6-inch by 15-foot ditch we have in there. Is that correct, Craig? Okay. So that's going to be fixed.
6 by 15? Is that what it was? Yeah, I drove through it.
I thought we were using that for drainage. Wasn't that a drainage ditch? Okay.
The geese have been settling in there lately.
As long as they don't start nesting, Bob.
Is it season?
I would like to actually inquire as to one of the audience members. We're going to have a Weed Economic Development Committee meeting when?
It's the last Wednesday of the month.
Which is?
25.
25.
Okay. So anybody that's in business or any general member of the community is welcome.
They're here?
They're here at City Hall.
In this room, yeah. Okay, last chance. Thank you. We will move on to item number 6, hearing notice to abate. This is notice to repair or abate, continued from our February 13th, 2020 meeting for 219 Main Street and 261 Main Street. The property owners or other persons of interest, Ms. Taylor, this is your chance, shall be heard and show cause, if any, why the nuisance should not be abated by the city. The city council shall hear the testimony of persons to whom the notice to repair or abate has been given. And I will open the hearing.
Is there a report?
There is staff report. Do we, maybe it's not yet you, sorry. Don't go far though.
Okay.
I think we covered it last month.
We covered it last month.
Yeah.
Should we hear from her?
Sure.
Okay. Ms. Taylor,
Speak.
It's yours.
it's yours.
All right.
The floor
Thank
is
you.
yours.
Thank you. As I said, I am newly hired by the Happy Company. My job, my major responsibility is to see that the properties owned by the Happy Company are in compliance with all issues of code, and specifically to make sure that the abatement issues that have been addressed by this government, this organization, are addressed appropriately. I have been working with Mr. Juarez attorney, Jeff Swanson.
Not to interrupt you, but what is your title and representative to the company and what you're representing?
I'm sorry, that's actually appropriate. My title is Vice President of Properties, and I am representing the company basically as an in-house developer for the company. I have about 40 years of experience in engineering, design, and construction. And I have done this for major corporations in the past.
Thank you for that.
Do you have references at all?
Do I have references?
Yes,
I can get references.
that would be appreciated.
Okay. Who do I address those to?
To the City of Weed, P.O. Box 470, Weed, California, 96094.
City manager.
City manager.
City manager, all right.
City manager, City of Weed. That could, yeah.
All right. Okay. In regard to the issues that have been formally charged here, I guess, Mr. Juarez attorney did address those issues, some of those issues on February 4th in a letter addressed to Mr. Robert D. Winston, who is acting as the city attorney for City of Weed. Is that correct? And further to those issues, as Mr. Swanson stated, we have completed cleanup, and glass has been, broken glass has been boarded up, not replaced yet, but glass has been ordered. Some of it has been received. Plumbing issues have been addressed. Dumpsters have been placed. Any transients have been removed from the buildings. There is an issue here that says sign of Floresta at Floresta building has been removed by a licensed contractor. And storefront windows. There are 7 issues listed here in Mr. Swanson's letter. Those 7 issues have been addressed. The storefront windows remain covered, and we don't believe are a nuisance to the public at this point. The one issue that needed to be addressed was the hiring of a structural engineer to develop drawings and specifications to correct some issues that may have been structural issues with the buildings. The structural engineer that we have hired is Chuck Slumpberger out of Mount Shasta, and he will be doing an engineering report as well as developing the drawings to remediate, I'm sorry? Did someone say something? No. As well as doing drawings and specifications to remediate those areas that need to be remediated, and we are proceeding with that as we speak.
I do have a question, not to interrupt, but do you know from the last meeting what actions he was supposed to bring to this date or before this date, this meeting today? Are you aware of those 2 items? I think there are 2 items.
The 2 items that I'm aware of are structural items in regard to the parapet and in regard to the roof.
I believe there's supposed to be a structural engineer report or something coming back that solidifies the strength of the actual building. Were you aware of that?
I was aware of a structural engineer's report to ensure the safety and structure of the parapet, as I said, and the roof.
And by what date were you aware of that to be implemented?
It was to have been done, I got a subsequent letter that said it was to have been done by March 4th.
Okay. And it has not been done?
It has not been completed.
Okay.
It is in process.
Okay. I'm glad you answered that way, the correct way. Thank you.
Do we have any kind of signed contract or anything of that nature?
We have a contract with the company that he works for, and we have had discussions with them, and he understands the scope of work, and he will proceed with it. Schlumberger, yes.
Do we require a building permit on any of those things?
Not for an engineering report.
Okay. She also mentioned that there were several issues already addressed. Were there any building permits given or issued?
Would you like me to address that?
Sure.
Okay. The first item on this list, or second item, the parapet project on Bank Building at 219 Main Street. The parapet repair was started, as my notes say, started on February 12th, completed on February 13th with a permit.
No permit?
There was a demolition permit. The parapet repair has not been completed because the reinforcement wood wall behind the parapet needs to be capped, and it has not been capped. So it's open.
Okay, thank you.
So that will be included as part of the structural engineer's report, because the parapet is one of the issues that he will address. How it should be repaired, how it should be modified, whatever needs to be done with it.
Okay. Bob, did you have?
Ms. Williams?
I have a lot to say.
I know you're aware that we've been at this for quite a while.
I'm sorry, my name is Taylor.
Taylor, I'm sorry. Where did I get Williams?
I don't know.
Senality's coming quick.
Yeah.
When is the engineer going to do the service for you? What's the date?
He's starting on it now.
Starting on, when is he going to complete it? Then
We don't have a completion date. We have an estimate, and it's estimate that he will be completed by the end of this month.
An estimate, okay. So we could be doing this again next month if he doesn't get to it. That's what you're saying.
No, I think you can. No, you're not.
I'm saying that's his best estimate of what he knows, as far as he knows now. He is starting on the work at this moment. He has already started on the work, and that is his best estimate of his completion.
I think Councilperson Palfini mentioned that, asked about the contract. Could you make sure that the city has a copy of that contract?
Yes, we will get you a copy of the contract.
Okay. Thank
A
you.
contract with Mr. Schlumberger? Is that what you're going to send us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, is that what you're asking for?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Also, You have mentioned 219. We are also looking at 259, 261, am I correct?
Yes. And his responsibility includes all three of those buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Williams.
No, my name is Taylor.
Taylor, I'm going to, I was thinking, I'm sorry, I'm going to call you that for Ms. Taylor. I appreciate your visibility today. My concern, I'll be very frank with you, is what was acknowledged and discussed at the last meeting and some dates to get things to and deadlines, and they're still not being met. So that's concerning me. I know it's a heavy project, but when we set deadlines, we want to see them concluded. And so my concern is that we're extending it, and I don't know what that means, because I've been on this council for about 7 years, and I've heard it from 7 years before about buildings being taken care of. So honestly, I'll be frank with you, thank you for your visibility here and your presence, but that's a concern for me going forward, and I'm not sure if getting a contract will align what's necessary to be done. And I think it's a valid concern, because we had a date, and my thinking when I was in HR, an executive, if you can't meet something, then conversate. Have a dialogue, say why you didn't meet the deadline, but just not doing it and coming up saying I'm having things being put in place and another date's extended, that's a huge concern about responsibility to me.
It is indeed. I agree. I cannot speak to 7 years ago. I wasn't even here 7 years ago.
Yeah, I'm speaking to now. We talked within the last 30 days about something that we sent a message to that we wanted to have done, and that wasn't done, and I'm concerned about that.
I can tell you that there were attempts to do it, and the reason I was hired is because those things could not be done, and I had the experience, the know-how to get them done. So that is the reason for my job. I started this job March 2nd. So I wasn't here last month either.
Oh, you started March 2nd? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I have a few questions.
Okay.
Oh, where are you local? Are you from Reading?
I live in Mount Shasta.
Oh, okay, so you've lived in Siskiyou County for a while?
For less than 6 months.
Ah, and so your business that you had of engineering and design, where did you have that?
It was in Memphis.
Oh, okay. But you just moved here to Mount Shasta 6 months ago?
Yes.
From Memphis?
Yes.
Oh, it's a little different, huh?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we have, welcome, but we've been doing this for 15 years with the Happy Company, and we're not very happy. So we gave him a deadline last month.
Another deadline.
Right, another deadline, yeah, of March 4th, and he didn't meet it. So, which is nothing, if you look at any of our expressions, none of us are surprised, because that's just that's the way it goes. And then is Mr. Schlumpberger, are you working for him?
No.
No, okay.
He's working for me.
Okay, is he even back in town?
Yes, he is.
He is back in town, okay.
Yes.
Because I'd gotten an email or something, some kind of email that said he was going to start on it, but I knew he was out of town, so I was a little suspicious.
Yes, he was in Hawaii.
He was, I know. I know him. Okay, so that has answered my questions, but I want you to know where we are at. We gave the Happy Company, Mr. Juarez, until March 4th to get us a report, and he hired a person that was out of town. So, and then when you stated also, I just remembered this, when you stated that the homeless people have been out of the building, or that the drug addicts. Transients, there we go, that's a good word, that's a better word.
Mm-hmm.
The transients have been out. I drove to work on one morning this week and they were going inside. And then when I was coming home from work, they were going inside. So again, it's what has been going on for the last 15 years. So.
Are you certain they were transients?
We know them.
Mr.
So we responded down there upon the reports of that. We believe at least one was a transient, the one that entered at around 7:15 in the morning. spoke with the on-site person that was initially supposed to be there until the building was secured, but he's still remaining there to live there, even though the building's been deemed unsafe to occupy. And discovered that there's another couple that has been moved in that states they're employees of Mr. Juarez, and they're living in a building that's posted unsafe to occupy. And then there was some mention that somebody had entered either that building, 259 Main, sometime in the day or two prior, or 219, I'm not sure which one they were speaking of, saying it appeared that a transient had entered the building and caused some damage, and that came from Mr. Manfredi, who stated he was working for Mr. Juarez now.
And he is. And what has happened with those buildings is that new locks have been put on, broken windows have been boarded up, and the transients were removed by legal procedures, I believe. And if there are new transients there, then we will have to.
True. The problem seems to also stem from the people who are living there. They are possibly allowing, I believe, as they are associated with some of the people that are going in and out, that have been seen going in and out, they are prior associates. So I believe they're just coming in and out to visit or stay, as they don't have anywhere to go. And just to speak to the engineering, staff is aware that there was a prior engineering report done by Butler Engineering out of Reading that has not been presented to us. For some reason, that's been, he's elected to go with somebody else. So I don't know why that engineering report wasn't presented, as it's already been done.
I don't have any report from any other engineering,
Okay.
not Butler Engineering.
We were contacted prior to you ever being brought into the scenario here that Butler Engineering had done at least one structural engineering report on 219, 225 Main.
Okay.
Prior to the parapet demolition. So I know you're not aware of that, I'm just...
I will find that report if that's true.
John, anything?
As far as the buildings being secure, Justin and I were walking down Main Street this morning and literally walked right into the Black Butte. So it's not quite as secure as it might be thought of.
Yeah.
And Justin is 100% correct concerning the report from Butler Engineering Group. I believe that Mr. Juarez did not like the report, so basically has decided not to use the report.
Oh. Okay. Well, you can.
I will,
Yeah.
if that report exists, I will get a copy of it and we will address it.
Okay, so
I can
Go ahead.
give you that copy. I will
Would you
send it to
please?
you.
Thank you.
Oh, there you go. That was easy.
Yes.
Okay. Nobody, you don't have anything to say, do you? No.
No, I probably won't
No,
say
you don't.
much.
You
right
don't have
now.
anything to say.
I have a lot of anger, but I don't really have a lot of good stuff to say.
Yeah.
Your client is,
He's actually
yeah,
my,
that's
he's
about where I
actually
can
my
stop
boss
right
at
now
this
because
point.
I really have nothing of a good comment for him at all.
No.
You know what they say.
Yeah, so your mom said don't say anything if
My
it's not
mom,
nice.
yeah.
You too? Done? Is it nice?
I don't, I think that it's been, we've explained our situation, and we've been as patient as we can. Having you being hired on March 2nd, when the deadline was March 4th, it's kind of,
Sorry.
I respect your position here, Ms. Taylor, but I hope you respect ours also. Thank you.
I do indeed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will close this hearing, and we will be talking about this in closed session.
Want to do that after or?
After.
Okay.
Okay, moving on to being able to find the correct paper. The regular agenda.
We have one?
We do. It's item number 7 is the regular agenda. A is finance. Council will consider adopting resolution number 08, 2020, approving a CDB grant application. Mr. Sharp, are you going to tell us about that?
I certainly will. Rod Mears was unable to make it tonight, which so you'll get a short version. We're trying to apply for a grant for $1.469 million through CDBG, and $500,000 will be for housing.
Let me interrupt you for a second. Ms. Taylor, could you come forward, please, for a second? May I ask you if Mr. Juarez owns 259 and 261 Main Street?
Yes,
He owns that building?
yes.
Okay. Just wanted that on record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, he apologizes, Craig.
That's fine. Again, the city would like a resolution approved in the amount of $3,469,000 $3,469,000. $500,000 for housing rehab, 2.744 for public works projects, and $225,000 for planning grant. The process of this grant has changed. We did have a public hearing on it already, and this is what we had came up with. It's kind of more of a first come, first served basis, and they want projects that are shovel ready. And we just happen to have some where we are short on our funding on our water and sewer projects. So that's where the 2.7 million's coming in. And also in that, we are asking for some AMR meters and the software to read the meters. So it'll be no more human error, just drive down the street and get the readings. And then the $225,000 for planning is, if we use a planning grant, we need to have something else that we can get shovel ready. And I know in the past we've been working on the bioswale, and the $225,000 will not cover to get that plans and specs and environmental done. So we want to move that $225,000 down here on Main Street by Heckers and get that planning stuff done. And then the next time there's another grant available, which hopefully will be next year, that we could go in with a shovel-ready project and get that project done.
What's that project?
The flooding under Main Street, changing the culvert that's under there, and going up through Gregory's, clear to Margaret's Bridge.
Okay.
Getting some work done.
Question, how does that fit with our future sewer and water project for the entire city? I know we can't do everything, as I always ask, at once and have the grants, but how does that fit with our structure or strategy?
On our sewer and water right now, we're going with a couple good-sized grants. We've got this $5 million sewer one going. We got a $5 million water one that's going to be awarded soon, I hope, for construction. And we just started another planning grant on the sewer for out at the sewer plant.
And we have a grant writing, we agreed on something last meeting that gives grant writing proficiency available to us now, right? With some of that going to help us with.
Through Great Northern.
Yes, so.
Yeah. And Rod did put this together and is doing the CDBG stuff on it, so.
Is it possible that is there some of this money available for streets?
No, we take the $100,000 for streets out of the CDBG money for Davis, that we're going to be using that $100,000 on. This money can be used for infrastructure projects, so in the future, we may be able to do some planning and do some street work with CDBG money.
Okay, great, thanks.
Are there any other questions?
Any questions?
And comments? I move that the reading of full of the body of resolution number 08/2020 be waived and said resolution being introduced and adopted by title only.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I move that we accept a resolution approving an application for funding and execution of a grant agreement and any amendments thereto from the 2019-2020
year of the state CDBG program.
I'll second it, yeah.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes.
Just a current application.
There you go, Craig.
We'll get it submitted.
Thank you. 2019 General Plan Progress Report. Council will consider accepting the 2019 General Plan Annual Progress Report as recommended by the Planning Commission. Is that you?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Council.
Push the button.
It's got a little green button. Turn it off. Now it's ready.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Council. This is one of those things that we have to do once a year. It's mandated by the, basically HCD and Governor's Office of Planning and Research. It's called the General Plan Annual Progress Report, but as the years have gone by, it's really become more of a progress report on how we're doing on our housing element. That's what most of the attachments revolve around. And, but basically it's Government Code 65400. And basically the basic purposes of this is to provide information to assess progress and implementation of the general plan, provide information to identify necessary course adjustments if needed, to provide a clear correlation between land use decisions made and reporting period and the goals, which that kind of has a lot to do with your attachment table D, and to provide information regarding local agency progress in meeting its share of regional housing needs and local efforts to remove those constraints that may exist to that. Basically, we did make a lot of, as far as our building part goes, we had a pretty low building permit year. I think there was 4 permits issued, but this is after a long history of rebuilding after the Bowles fire. The big year, I think I reported last year, the big year was 2016, I believe, where we issued a very numerous permits, I believe something like in the 40s. That is reflected on the Table A2 or Table A. But essentially, what I want to kind of focus on is, well, we didn't have that much implementation of the general plan in general this year. After the year we've done the bicycle plan and other items that were kind of suggested in the general plan, and we've also applied general plan policy to projects that do meet some goals of economic development and diverse freeway development in South Weed. The progress we've made that I think the council could be happy about is that as of December 2019, we did complete all of the mandatory changes to our zoning code and general plan that were required in the housing element. So that kind of gets us in a really good position to move forward for the next housing element, which is not really due until, we're on an 8-year cycle now, and it's not really due until, I think, 2021. Now, as a side note, I'm kind of happy to report that we did get awarded that planning grant that everybody, I think that Rico came last fall. You guys gave him the direction to submit that grant. We got fully funded for that for $160,000. And with that, that's all for general plan amendments and zoning code amendments that remove barriers to affordable housing and to facilitate more of that. And if you remember right, there was something like 5 projects there. One of the projects, which is a very good thing, is to have the housing element and the next housing element and the environmental work funded. So the city of Weed does not have to pay. Usually it's $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 to get those done. You know, last time we got away very cheap because it was a very minor update because of the recession. And then, you know, our complication was really the fire, which actually happened after that cycle. So we've completed our implementation for this cycle. We have a funding for the next cycle and the environmental work, and also 4 projects to do such things as created a historic overlay zone for the downtown to make mixed use possible, and that'll probably mean take away some parking requirements, to make things easier to locate people downtown instead of just businesses on the storefronts. We want to promote mixed use downtown and stuff like that. Now also, at the same time, the grant will fund other adjustments to allow density in some areas, reduced setbacks in some areas to promote affordability in housing. And that's what this whole grant is about. It's not about providing the housing, it's about providing infrastructure or adjusting our laws to promote it. And so, but basically by allowing mixed use downtown, that'll actually help achieve other goals. You know, if you remember right, the key growth area for downtown wanted to lively up the downtown, bring people downtown, bring more stuff downtown. Well, a mixed-use overlay zone is one of the first and fundamental steps that Rico believed and that you guys had him put in the grant application. Well, that's going to be that's happening. And I think there was another project too that relates to the same thing. I think taking some key growth areas and rezoning them to provide for mixed medium density, and also you know, one of the things identified was the fact that we have an aging population, and at this point we want to make it easier to locate a you know, like a senior living center or resource center for our aging population, because we have a pretty, it's just right over the horizon. It's going to swell. So that's what's going on with the general plan. I can't really report that for last year because that's not what we did, but we did complete our housing element mandatory updates. Like, if you remember right, we manufactured homes was updated. We've done a few things where the last one was, I forgot what we did the last time. It was implementing the general plan, but we passed an ordinance that I forgot what it was, to tell you the truth. Yeah, the ADUs, and now that's another thing. Right at the moment, the next week's Planning Commission meeting, we'll have more updates to that ordinance, because as effective on January 1st, 2020, was a new round of improvements to that law, I guess that you could say. So staff has already acted on that, and we have a draft code in front of the Planning Commission next week. So that will further clarify how to locate second units in town. And basically what these new laws do is they really add restrictions of what we can regulate. And basically, as a rundown, now it's ministerial projects, no more use permits. Sometimes using existing structures will eliminate the need for setbacks, and then replacement parking requirements have now been eliminated. So they're moving along, and this relates to Stacy's comment in the beginning that, yeah, the state is definitely getting aggressive on certain ways to do this housing, and right now with this ADU bill, they do think that that's one way to help out. And you know, that to me is agreeable, because a lot of students and a lot of folks that basically are single and you know, need a affordable home instead of renting a house, like, you know, in the neighborhood, will be able to do. What we have as the attachments, if you're interested, is the first one is our building activity for last year. That basically didn't get us very much closer to our regional housing needs, but those regional housing needs aren't really, it's not our responsibility to actually provide the housing. It's our responsibility to provide the infrastructure and the adequate zoning, and also incentives and encourage folks to use, the developers to use the state laws that are available to them, such as density bonuses and so on. So Table A is that. Table B is the data for how we're doing on our regional needs analysis. They don't, they break it down into low, very low, median income, and above median. So where the most work can be shown is in Table D, and that is they require us to show every program and goal and objective that we have in our housing element, what the timeline is for it, and how we're doing on it. And like I said, I'm happy to report that we've completed the mandatory ones. So most of the other ones are kind of ongoing and stuff that's like, work with nonprofit groups, create an environment where, you have a lot of information on how to get affordable housing. Those are ongoing, and some of them are also depending on funding or opportunities to do so. A lot of times we have these policies that we're waiting to just do, but no one walks in off the street with the time to apply it. So sometimes when you see things like, when there's an opportunity to do so, we will do that. So basically each year at this time, it's April 1st when these are actually due with the state. And I'm happy to say that I've already turned in the electronic formats. A lot of these are now uploaded onto their site, and so we're done with the HCD part of it. What's next is to accept this report and direct staff to forward the report onto two entities, the Office of Planning and Research and Department of Housing and Community Development. And with that, we'll be completely current on our obligations to the state, and then we could get going on that grant that we just received happily. And then more housing, affordable housing policy will come forth. That's my report. If you have any questions, I hope I can answer them.
I do. I just have a few, not a few. What I mentioned earlier about the League of Cities, there's some bullet points here. Are you aware of that content information for League of Cities working with the state? Are you aware of that information?
Not specifically, but I do know that League of Cities does get quite involved in the development of policy at that level.
They're highly involved right now.
Yeah, so a lot of the policy on HCD's website has most likely been, developed through that partnership.
They're suggesting by 2024 we should have the mechanism in place. So I'll probably send you that presentation to see more meat to it, has more feet. That gets us things that can get done because they're trying to get more money from the state, which is available.
Yeah, well, actually, it's amazing that the state actually came up with this SB2 grant, because it's very rare that they give away money that can be used for planning purposes solely and the environmental work that goes with it.
What SB number is that?
SB2. It was last year. It was really a combination of about 4 or 5 bills that we are incorporating into the ordinance. You'll probably see that ordinance coming to you in April or May. But
a couple of those have failed, so.
What's that?
A couple of those have failed, so I will get the information to you so you have it.
Yeah, well, this one here, there's another grant too for planning and housing purposes. It's called LEAP, Local Early Action Planning. And so it's basically kind of related, especially to what you're talking about, that these fundings have been made available, and I'm considering what kind of projects to look at on that latest round. Again, free money with non-competitive grants, so if we apply, we'll get it. So that's basically it. I don't have much on the 2008-19 general plan except for the housing progress we've been making. So thank you.
So mostly your report on this update is just about housing?
Well, it's supposed to be in both, but the way that it's packaged nowadays and all the work that you really have to do is mainly about the housing. Yeah, I put text in there that what we've done on our general plan.
Right.
Since we've adopted it. You know, we have done some things. And also, I guess I forgot to mention that in December, or I forgot which month, we did an amendment to the safety element and incorporated the Siskiyou County Hazard Mitigation Plan.
Yeah.
So that's like the major amendment we've done last year.
But we also got RICO to do an update too, didn't we, on our housing element?
No, we're gonna. Hopefully, I don't know who's gonna do it, but we got funding to do the next round.
Okay.
And that's what RICO was working on, the grant.
Okay.
You had RICO go get the money.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
And we're
And
also.
develop projects.
And we're also going to get I think we just reappropriated $100,000 for the housing element, didn't we, for low-income loans through Great Northern?
I don't know.
Yes,
Yeah.
through some fix-it loans, I think.
Yeah, well, maybe, but,
And then we have this $500,000 grant here for,
yeah.
in application anyway. We don't have it yet, but.
Right,
Maybe we
I
will.
basically, I'm focusing on the HCD funding availabilities that we can do in-house, basically. We'll probably have to go out to bid to do the housing element and the environmental work. And also all the other projects that I mentioned in the current grant, those will require CEQA as well, and that's being funded. So it's really a pretty good thing, finally, from the state to small cities. So that's my report. My recommendation is to direct staff to go ahead and forward this to the state agencies that require it, and that's it.
No, it's not an ordinance or a resolution.
I just.
Well, you have
approve the
to kind of
recommendation.
accept, you have to, accept it and approve it.
Make a motion that we
Yeah.
accept it?
To receive it,
Ms. Mayor, I make a motion to accept 2019 General Plan Annual Progress Report and forward to the City Council with the recommendation to submit the final report to the State of California.
Thank you. A second? Anybody?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Kim. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.
All right.
Council will, item C, council will consider approval of resolution number 09-2020, approval of off-sale alcoholic beverage license located at 298 Main Street. Is that you or Justin?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Council. This request used to be a routine operation when I first started, and then the ABC quit doing them for a while. It's basically, just in a nutshell, it's a finding of public convenience and necessity for a certain location for a license to sell alcoholic beverages. I think that in this case, it's a beer and wine license located, as you heard earlier, at Candy's Corner Market or store. It's 298 Main Street. Now, basically how we're going to have to just support this is to look into the general plan and the zoning. Of course, the City Council has approved the zoning code, and the uses in the C1 district are storefront retail uses, and allows bars, restaurants, liquor stores, and retail. The use that's proposed, or this use selling beer and wine, is consistent with the zoning code. Now, the general plan goes further than just that, because key growth area, I forgot which number it is, but it's the historic downtown area. We have goals and objectives that they've identified the historic downtown key growth area as a focus for establishing businesses such as those described above, and the convenience market downtown especially, I would say. The general plan also encourages creating vital downtown business atmosphere in diverse retail as well as mixed use, which is residential and commercial. The point of promoting the downtown is to bring people downtown and encourage a diverse range of business types. In the preferred growth scenario, historic downtown would undergo, in theory, significant economic revitalization and hopefully transform the area into vibrant, mixed-use, walkable neighborhoods. That's the idea. That's the policy that you guys have adopted and desire. The mixed-use corridor implies that the city intends to bring more people downtown by encouraging mixed use, and then thus increasing the need for diversity in retail offerings, and that's what this project pretty much offers. The goals, strong local economy, incentivize development this is where it gets good, incentivize the development of small-scale neighborhood-serving commercial centers to improve residents' access to goods and services, and also a diverse local economy. Now, just from my kind of looking at maps and looking at locations, this location does serve a different neighborhood than down the street. Like there are residential uses here in this part of town, and right now to go to any kind of convenience store, they probably don't walk. They probably hop in their car and go down to North-South Weed Boulevard. So this would actually bring it down this way a little, and it would serve the goals of the general plan, and this might be the beginning of businesses locating downtown. So my recommendation is if you could make the findings in the resolution attached for public convenience and necessity, I would adopt Resolution 09-2020 and direct staff to notify the ABC that we've made this finding and fill out the application form that we're required to fill out and send it off to them. That's my report. Thank you.
I do have a question, Mr. Mayor. Just point of information, Chief gave me a great description of what we have in the city. And I think it'd be good for the public to hear that, the two different types that we have, that are current stores and it's existing in our businesses. It was very clear to me when you did that. I think it was for
Sure. So the whole reason that we've asked planning department to look at this is because ABC breaks the entire county up into sections based on population. Then they have a formula which is basically around 450 people per off-sale license. Currently, our census tract, which is 9, is slotted to have 12 off-sale, which is what this would be, premises. We are at that 12 limit, so council has to approve that beyond 12. We have 10 within the city, we have 1 at Lake Shastina, and our census tract actually goes all the way to Four Corners, Big Springs, Maiden Store. So that's the 12th one. We also have the ability to have up to 17 on sale, but we are not near that point. We're only at 10 right now. So that's why this is necessary.
And thank you. So everyone understands what the limit we're at and where we have to go if more businesses come that are in that same nature, we got to address it.
Yeah, actually, if the goals of the general plan come true, you want to bring eateries and restaurants and more stuff like this downtown. So we'll probably be doing these for a while until the...
I hope so.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Mayor.
I said Miss Mayor.
I sound like Mr. Sorry.
No, I said Miss. I was very careful. So my questions are there going to be any changes to the building?
That's not part of
Structurally
this.
or on the front?
That's not to my knowledge. Okay. I'm just addressing the...
Can we ask him? He's still here.
He's right here.
Yes.
They'll want you to speak into the microphone. That guy over there, he's kind of picky about that.
No, sir, there are not going to be any changes in the building other than inside there's going to be a walk-in cooler like we have seen in liquor store, convenience stores. That's all portable. Shelves are portable, cashier counter is portable. Outside, no changes, none at all.
And have we complied with all building permits and we're all okay?
Yes, he's been very amenable and open to my suggestions, and I don't anticipate any problems. I've spoken with him several times, and he was quite distressed. One of his front windows has been broken, and it really bothered him, and I think that's a good thing. Because, well, I think he cares about the city of Weed.
We're moving on up.
Yeah. He cares. He also has a daughter who will be managing the store, and she has extensive experience in large format murals. And she will be approaching the Planning Commission someday soon with an idea to basically muralize the whole north side of that building with City of Weed themes. So it could be quite interesting.
I know a guy that has an idea. All right, it's good.
Oh, I know who that is.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we need a resolution. Okay. He's getting ready.
Okay, is it by title only, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I move that the reading in full of the body of the resolution number.
Turn your mic on. You're not on the mic.
Sorry. I move that the reading in full of the body of the resolution number, my glasses, sorry, 09-2020, right? Be waived, said resolution being introduced and adopted by title only.
I'll second it. Okay.
Take a
What,
pick.
me or Bob? Doesn't matter.
It's been moved and seconded to approve resolution number 092020. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We're good?
No, now he's got to read it.
Oh, that's right.
I move that the adoption of resolution number 09-2020, approval of the sale alcoholic beverage license located at 2298 Main Street be approved.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Moving on to D. Council will consider second reading and adoption of ordinance number 459-2020 regarding mobile food vendors.
This is unchanged since last month. I think we discussed some changes early on, those have been made. Otherwise, it's the same as it was.
Okay.
Do you remember what those changes were without me
I can't.
reading
It
this
was
in
a few
full
months
body?
ago.
Okay. Gosh darn it. I was hoping you could get away with that one. I move that the reading in full of the body of ordinance number 09-2020 be waived and said ordinance being read and adopted by title only.
That's the wrong number.
Oh, wait. You're on a resolution.
Oh, I'm on a resolution, I'm on an ordinance.
No, you're on ordinance. You're the right one, but that's not right.
And the number's
You're on
459.
Oh,
You're
459.
on resolution still.
Okay. Well, let's make that ordinance number 459-2020 regarding mobile food and vendors.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance 459-2020. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
You're on the agenda and I'm keeping track.
Do you have to?
I'm glad you
Is there
are.
a
I
second
can't
one?
keep track on this machine here. I move for the second reading and adoption of ordinance number 459-2020 regarding mobile food vendors be accepted.
Second it?
It's been moved and seconded to adoption of ordinance 459-2020. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now we're done.
We struggled through that one, so
Yeah,
apologize.
E, administration. Council will consider approval of indemnification agreement.
Yes, because of the risk involved whenever a city approves a project that's subject to CEQA, most cities have adopted the requirement that the proponent agree to indemnify the city in any kind of lawsuits that might arise out of the project approval, that is. This makes that requirement part of the normal process for the city of Weed.
Any questions on it?
No, I move the approval of the indemnification agreement.
I'll second it.
It's moved and seconded to approve the indemnification agreement. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Was there any comments? We didn't ask.
I'll come back with an ordinance to make this part of the municipal code at a future date.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. F, Administration Council will consider draft ordinance number 460-2020 for discussion and possible modifications for authorizing retail cannabis sales and repealing existing ordinances authorizing medical and adult use dispensaries.
This is all new for everybody. We're updating our ordinances to do away with the medical, the initial adult use ordinance that we had as well. It's all going to be done in one ordinance. This covers all retail sales of cannabis products. It does not cover industrial applications, manufacturing, cultivation, things like that, just retail sales. This allows two retail storefront, just like we have now, and one non-storefront, which would only do deliveries, would not have customers calling and entering the premises, just the phone orders, I presume, and the deliveries. The requirements for this ordinance for the retail operation is really the same as what we had before. You still have to go through the process to approve the premises, and the police department becomes involved in inspections and other kind of thing. But we've moved all those separate provisions into one ordinance that covers all the type of retail sales we might have.
I do have a question. I have a question. Okay. My question is with our existing businesses and the past behavior and what's suggested going forward, are there any questions? Are you aware of what this looks like?
Yes.
Okay, I know. I'll make sure they had a...
There will be.
Yeah.
So the two business opportunities that we have here, do you guys have any questions? That's my current thing, because you guys are existing businesses right now.
Yes, I would love to have a couple comments here, and questions as well. Let's see, two different locations, 548 Florence, and we have another location at 800 Chastina Drive. First of all, I'd just like to say thank you again, and we are right on track for everything that we have said. We had a 4-month delay, but we are right on track after the 4 months to a total of 6 months to have some new employees, total of 5 to start within the next 6 to 10 weeks at the longest. So pretty excited about that. I just had a few questions on the non-storefront retail where I believe it would be II on...
What page?
Page 11.
Okay, so his page 11 and your page 11 may be different because you got the one with Justin's stuff.
Okay.
Just the headings.
Is that...
What's the number?
So what's the title?
Non-storefront.
Is there a number?
Yeah, it's on the bottom. It's the bottom paragraph of the one we have.
And it's on...
Yeah.
Mine isn't even have page numbers on it, so what can I say?
Yes, it does. The one here does.
There's a paper there,
We're on
Bob.
11.
Okay. Basically, my question just is that it doesn't say anything about the existing permits. It just kind of says that the first qualified person who applies for the same permit and pays the required fees will receive the permit. I just would like to kind of clarify that. That's not very...
So we're only allowing one.
Okay.
Get in line.
Get in line.
Get in line.
If we need another one? Or like
For yourself.
So we're only allowing the one? Okay.
Right.
All right. Let's see, other than that...
And there is none that have been, what it implies that there is none that have been issued at this point.
Okay, well...
That's what it implies.
Okay.
Just so that you know.
I hold 2 of them.
That's what you just said, right?
Yeah, my understanding is that Ron did not actually issue any permits for the non-storefront, but we have one anyway, and we're only going to allow one. So this gentleman should apply right away.
Well, we hold two and two that's where I'm confused. We hold one at 548 and we hold one at 800 Chestina Drive, which are two separate businesses in two separate locations. So there is two. We only operate from one at the moment, and as soon as we move everything, it'll be one. But
This ordinance allows one. The council can change that number by resolution. They could make it 2, 3, 4, 5 by resolution, just as with the storefront.
Gotcha, that's very
Okay,
clear.
so I have a question. I thought you were only doing deliveries out of Shastina.
We are, as soon as everything is finished outfitting, we just about there.
Okay, so then it'll be, okay.
So
You're good.
there's not ever going to be two, because you're in one, and then you're going to move that one to the other one. Okay.
Yeah.
So right now, at this moment in time, we have one business going on at 548 Florence, to be perfectly clear, okay? Because I was under the impression that you were already in operation.
I am, yeah.
Are you in
Not in the second-
operation
not in the
on the
second
second spot?
Yes, I am in operation at the second spot. I just do not do deliveries from that spot because we're working on fully getting.
I was under the, so I was under the impression that we only had, a micro business permit allowed at 548 Florence, and because he outgrew that location, we allowed him to take that micro business to is it Shastina?
Yeah, 800 Chestina Drive.
That's correct, right?
That's correct, right?
It is, yes, and in time when it is up and fully operational, 548 will close down.
It just hasn't made, all this stuff hasn't made its way to the.
It's not making me feel warm and fuzzy, I'm sorry, because we did a micro business, and no offense, it's just, we did a micro business, and then when we moved the micro business to a second location, now we have two locations. That's how I see it. I mean,
The clarification was that this former city manager had discussions, and there was a legal, not simply legal, paperwork from our lawyer saying that process, when he made that decision to do the business, was approved. That came from there. That's what I keep mentioning before. That conversation happened. He was told that as a business, and that's what he went on. And that's I call it a gray area. But he has a valid question.
I just call it baloney, but,
well, it's not baloney.
So.
It's a fact.
What is, yeah, you're right, it is a fact. When is your anticipated closing date of 548 Main, or 548 Florence?
I don't have any anticipation at this date. As soon as that prospers or fails, we'll know. I mean, we're 10 weeks away from trying everything out there. I couldn't give you an exact date.
By you say what are you actually doing out there that would
hiring some
require?
employees, seeing how it goes with other people, because if you remember, at 548 for the first year, I couldn't operate the business only by myself, which is quite a challenge. So in reality, I've only had about 6 months of operation, maybe a little longer, so it's a new challenge to us. We're a very small business. You guys allowed us to operate small. We tried our best to prove that we would have no issues, no problems, and we have grown quite a bit, actually, and still pretty quiet out in our little location out there.
Okay, so let me add on to, so the goal is, though,
100%.
this one closes when this crop is processed and everything else starts over there.
Yes.
All right, I'm okay with that.
Mayor, for clarification, the version we're talking about is the latest one, which is handed to you in loose leaf form. The one that's in your packet was put together last week. After that happened, the chief gave me some changes he wanted to make. Those are reflected in the version which has the page numbers on it, which is helpful as well, to have page numbers.
Do you have the newest one, or do you have the one?
Was that in the email?
No, Justin has more.
Does it have page numbers?
Oh, no, I don't.
It's not your section, though, so I
Okay.
don't think, but,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, it probably won't make it.
I have copies here if you need one.
So, excuse me, Ms. Mayor, one more time. I said Ms.
Thank you, Bob.
So, we allowed 2 retail in our original cannabis ordinance.
Right.
We also, and we charge each one of those people $10,000.
That's right.
And now we're going to do a non-storefront retail. And what are the fees regarding non-storefront retail? Because officially, that takes away from businesses that paid us $10,000.
You get to decide that yet. That'll be done by resolution, probably the next meeting. You have to set up a fee schedule.
Okay.
It could be done in May as well.
So let me just maybe this will make it
Clear.
a little, maybe you'll feel a little bit better about it. So we had meetings and we were all there, and the businesses that we have that are operating right now were there, and we discussed the fact that when these changes all get made and everybody, when one person gets something, it opens up to everybody. So they know that there may be some fees coming with the retail. They are aware that if one person gets delivery, that everybody gets delivery. If one person gets retail, then everybody. So we've already discussed that moving forward. So I don't know if that helps you.
Ken,
or-
if it helps, we're fully prepared to pay the $10,000 when we can receive a brick and mortar permit. We're willing to pay any fee that comes towards our delivery.
That's good. What we did last time was just confusing as all hell.
Yeah, we were supposed to have a second meeting before we had this new reading, which would have made all this not
Okay,
happen.
as long as all parties have been involved that are in this business. Again, last time it just turned out to be, well, it wasn't completely anybody's fault exactly, because we had medical, then we went to, from medical, we went to
It turned out pretty
adult
good.
use, and then we kind
And now we're
of
cleaning up.
meshed them all together. Now this cleans it up, and I just want all parties to be okay with all of this, and if that's been discussed, far be it from me, it's not my business, but I just want to make sure that it's clear.
And Shane, in reality, you probably could say that Florence will be closed within 12 weeks or within 16 weeks.
I can come up with a time estimate for that.
I mean, that's, yeah, because if you're just waiting for that to finish up, then,
Even if it's
Okay.
3 months, it's just, it would be,
right, yeah, that'd be 12 weeks, yeah.
I
4
do the
months would be
math now,
16.
just
Don't
didn't do
make
it
us do
before.
math in our head.
Yeah.
And then I still have a few more questions on that. I was never asked for my articles of organization ever from the city or anything like that, and in here it says where that any changes to that needs to be updated to you guys, and that's,
Well, that's because you didn't get the retail one. So along with the retail permit comes all that information.
there we go.
So
Okay.
as soon as you,
I have all that.
as soon as you apply to get that permit, that's when you'll get that.
So, when you say apply for a permit, do we need to apply for another, whole,
You need your retail
for brick and mortar or for delivery?
Delivery.
for non-storefront retail.
Okay, that comes, yeah, that's where,
We still want to see a city retail permit.
I have a city retail permit, 2 of them.
Then if you already have it, then I guess you're the one that's already in there.
Okay, it's just, it's still very vague and, yeah, and confusing, and I just want to cover it so that once it's passed, you guys, you know.
Well,
Okay,
I think one of the things that's in question is probably legitimate to you, but I'm not sure if everybody else was feeling that. So I don't think the council felt that we were listened to. So this, we want to make sure is clear. You need a permit to do non-storefront retail.
And with the retail, even though you may already have it, if we don't have your articles of incorporation,
At least
then we're
bring-
going to want them.
Okay, I can handle, but we do have.
So just come in and dot the i's, cross the t's, and everybody will just be happy.
Look on
It's like
page
happy
10. Look on page 10, section G. It tells you how the existing permits will transfer to the new system.
Okay, okay.
Thanks, Shane. Appreciate it.
Any others?
Other than that,
Any other questions? Because I
thank you
interfered,
guys
I'm
for your
sorry.
time.
Okay.
Okay.
Hopefully everything is clear on this one.
What section did you say, Bob?
Page 10G.
Page
Oh,
10,
page
section G.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Sarah, were you?
Did you want to talk?
Oh, God, I'm sorry, honey. I didn't look back.
Sarah Montgomery, 5734 Antelope Court, Weed. I have a little bit of concern as to what is being defined as retail. Canna Trading has sat no different than Juarez's buildings, with a locked gate, no business, and so it's holding a license with zero generation. And
We've tightened that up as well.
it's still locked up.
I'm saying the new ordinance.
The new ordinance
Addresses that.
tightens that up.
And in that ordinance, I guess, with the addressing of it, is it that it has to be open and functioning?
Yes.
Okay, I haven't seen the actual ordinance drawn up, and that's, okay,
This is the draft.
okay.
We've noticed that they haven't been opened and it's locked also.
In
Right.
fact, I put the part we added in and thought it was already there, went, hey, look, we found it. And they went, you just.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. It's been a concern for me because we do have limited licenses, and it's got the potential to generate so much revenue. We hear continuously how this city doesn't have money. We don't have money to improve this building. We don't have money to create and redo our parks. We have money that we need for our roads. We're talking about driving potentially on gravel roads, which I think is probably true. It might be better actually on my car. And so when we talk about this in a really real way, you're talking about a huge tourist attraction. The value is there. You know, Liz is bringing people in. She's, quite frankly, at this point, besides Cedar Lanes, the only viable business downtown. So you've got a number of buildings. You have an opportunity to capitalize on the namesake. And so I'm glad that it's being addressed. I would like it to be swift and not a years-long process, and how you get them to participate. And I'd also like to state, again, I'm biased, but Shane Phillips is in business with my brother with Lemurian Industries, and they have gone through every hoop imaginable to run this business. And it's really frustrating, and I disagree here with Ken. I know you're looking for warm fuzzies, but ultimately, you've got two young businessmen trying to make a legitimate business and create a tax base that could be beneficial. And I feel like there's a lot of roadblocks that are put in the way. And
That's what this resolution, or
right.
ordinance is.
Well, and I think that the two building thing, you know, there's a process to move, especially an agricultural site, essentially. And so I just think that there's a lot of questions in it because they're also being legitimate and doing things right. So that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah.
Justin, did you have something to say, please?
I was hoping to clarify for her that part of this ordinance is to shore up the definition of open, to give us a clear definition of what open is going to be. I know there's been some question about one of the businesses and their practices. So city attorney has worked to try to shore that up and define what that is.
Thank you.
In other words, we've noticed that.
And have we finished that yet?
It is in the ordinance.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I believe is a clear definition of what open is on a weekly basis.
Okay.
Name and address.
Elizabeth Tabor, and I'm at 242 Main Street and 218 Main Street now, too. So at least the left side of the street is happening. Okay.
We'll be tilting.
I just have a question on page 15 under the, I need my old lady glasses. 8.29.090, just down, number B. I was just curious as to why this would be a planning commission thing when all of our ordinance says that we're applicable and go by state law. State law doesn't require like a recommendation from planning. If anything, it would be the premises working with John, our actual city inspector.
Which one are you referring to?
I have that same question.
Okay, thank you, Kim.
The rationale for that is that
Turn on.
Mike?
The walk-in, the storefront operations are downtown only, which is very wise to do. The non-storefront can be in any C1 zone, which could be any number of places around the city. I wanted to give the city council and the planning commission the discretion to control where those operations might be within a C1 zone. You want it at the south end of town? You want it downtown? You want it on Alamo Street? This gives you the ability to do that with a conditional use permit. You can decide, is this compatible with the neighborhood or is it not?
Okay.
So
that
so
makes
that potentially can help us avoid issues such as proximity to schools or whatever.
Well, yeah, all those things, schools, other businesses, neighbors, and you might just think about where do we want to have the growth in our commercial developments. You want to have that out of town or downtown?
Well, strictly on this is basically addressing consumption. So state law and local law says only within the actual permitted storefront, and we've already declared that those are on Main Street. There's no other storefront, so there wouldn't be on
Use
that.
permit doesn't
just-
apply to you, Elizabeth.
Pardon?
That does not apply to you. The use permit requirement only applies to the non-storefront.
Right, so that's not what I'm speaking of.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
sorry.
Bob. I'm on B where it talks about us being able to do educational, on-site consumption, having those types of things only at the storefront. And the state just wants a local approval. This is saying the said conditional use permit, which I don't need a conditional use permit because of where I'm at, issued by the city council after review and recommendation by planning. And really, with the state and city, that just goes through our city inspector. So I just think throwing planning commission and so on in this, which already just pertains to the storefront retail, is kind of like,
That's how local control is exercised through the
Right.
planning process.
So let me piggyback. So I understand what you were saying about location of where the stores can be, but this is under the consumption
That's
free
right. That's
part,
right.
so not under the location. but-
That's right.
So I guess I'm confused at why.
This gives the council the control whether you want to have consumption in one place or another place. You could waive that. If you want to take it out, you can waive it and say the consumption will take place wherever the retail store is that we've allowed. Or you could say, no, I'd like to have them a second look. If they're going to do consumption, if they're going to be smoking, for example, out of doors, if that's even allowed, maybe the neighbors would care about that. Maybe we should have some control over that.
Okay.
Let me ask a question.
I just need to ponder.
Doesn't this open us up to, I'm not sure what the term is, but there's a law that came into place, I saw it recently a couple days ago, that talks about the consumption. That was by the state. And I think our first discussions were not to have that unless the permit is already approved. So is this throwing any monkey wrench into that whole thing or anything?
Well, the state allows it, we don't have to allow it just because they do. This gives us the control as to where that's going to happen. Get a use permit, do it in one place, you can do that if we grant that. Maybe not some other place, though.
I'm asking that because Canada Place, whatever their name is, they tried to do that after they already opened, so they tried to switch it, getting it, so I'm.
But consumption wasn't legal then.
Right, but they tried to throw it in.
Yeah.
And use the conditional permit to make it happen. So have we fixed that scenario? I guess is what I'm asking. So no other business can try to do that, right? Have we fixed that concern?
This gives the city the control as to where the consumption permits are going to be utilized. I don't foresee a problem if, for example, Elizabeth had a consumption operation in her store, within the store, but if it was outside, somebody might have something to say about that.
No, it can't be outside because we
Yeah,
even,
you under state law?
no tobacco, no alcohol.
have no
I mean,
smoking
even our own
outside.
ordinance. Yeah. And that's not part of the premises, that would be external to premises, so it has to be in and on the premises.
You have no outside at your place, of
Yeah.
course. I
Under
was
the
just using
roof.
that, Yeah.
So has your concerns been addressed by the answers?
Well, yes and no, I just didn't know, I'm just not understanding why, I already hold the permit. It just has to have, this state just says I have to have a local approval from, well, either the city manager or Justin. And I don't know why this would have to be going through planning commission and so on and so forth, because back in the ordinance, it already says that it would be allowed only at the storefront licensed in premises. That's all. It's just to be able to start construction and go forward with this if this gets approved. I don't want to have to go backwards and go, okay, now I've already been here for 2 years, but now I have to go back to planning for something that's just a simple letter from either Officer or Chief Mayberry or the city, so.
My thought is that it's here because our normal process is the planning commission, is the new businesses, then it comes up for approval. That's our normal step. So I think that's why I put in here, so we keep being normal, because as we're seeing, there's things that have been here for years that aren't in place, and it causes concerns. And we have muddy areas, we need to be clear and transparent. That's my thought, is that?
No, I don't know why it's in there. I still can't, because to have consumption, you have to have a retail, and it has to be inside.
Storefront, right,
Yeah, storefront,
right.
retail, inside.
If you don't want to have the power to reject it, then
Yeah.
just strike it, but it's there for you to use if you wish it.
So I would like it to, my recommendation is take that wording out and have recommendation by the city manager, the police chief, fire, and those are the ones that inspect.
Yeah, they'd have to come in and
Recommendation
inspect.
applies to somebody going to make a decision after the recommendation is made. How is that going to work? Who's going to act on the recommendation is where you leave it then.
City council.
Okay. Just do it that way then?
Yeah, because it
Recommendation
says
to the city?
issued by the city council.
Okay.
You're saying after review and recommendation by
By the buildings, fire, police, and
police
building.
and building inspectors.
Yeah.
Ms. Mayor, I'm having I see that, that we've already, by having the storefront, the consumption goes along with it. But the conditional, Bob, the conditional use permit, that it can only be in the storefront already, correct?
That's right, storefront only.
The storefront only, so that pretty much covers it, doesn't it? I appreciate what you're, that you're trying to cover us, Bob, but I have to agree that I don't know why it would go in front of the planning commission if it's already law.
Okay, who's going to make the recommendation, and what's your preference? Is the chief of police, the city manager?
And fire.
I had none.
Fire chief.
City, police, fire, and
Oh,
building.
wait a minute, how many are we going to have? How many recommendations are we going to have?
Well, who
That's
has
it.
to inspect any new construction?
That's chief.
Depends what's going on. Some things the fire chief, some things the building inspector, some things the police department.
I would think you would make it the city manager, and he could bring along whoever he deems would give him the best information.
There we go. Okay, so we would read in that case, the consumption shall be allowed upon the review and recommendation of the city manager.
Or his agent, as everything
That's
else
already
says.
implied, that's already stated, actually. The city manager can always delegate these powers.
Okay.
That'll work, taking out conditional use permit, that'll work.
Does this need to be approved tonight for any purpose, or should we
This is
read?
just first reading tonight.
This is first reading, and you
If
can
we
come
make the
back and have the
change-
second reading with
If
it.
you make
with
the change
changes.
now, it can be if your first reading as amended, if you wish.
That's the goal.
That's the
Okay.
goal, yeah.
Okay, so I have,
Wait, I have a question, sorry. throw it in. And I tried to look for this, and I know you guys are telling me, no, I'm coming from the money standpoint. So 829-110 fees. The amount of any fees referred to in this chapter shall be established and be amended by city council resolution. So I'm looking at as a whole, because I want to go someplace and see what's our fee for whatever business
We
do.
haven't established it yet. It's just telling you that we're going to.
But this looks at that $10,000 amount, right?
These are tax fees.
All fees are set by resolution. You can change those without going through a whole ordinance. Just
So the
do it
fees for the
anytime you want.
cannabis are located where? In a different ordinance, or Emily, can you, I'm looking
This
for that.
authorizes you to set the fee by resolution.
But we have fees in place right now, right? Where are those
do.
fees?
By resolution, I believe. I believe
Okay.
so.
We haven't said that.
Well, we have the application fee.
We have application
Right.
fee and
Right.
that's it.
Is that in here?
It's,
So
no.
what I'll do is I'll make a schedule for you guys to fill in the blanks after, with the city staff's input, how much time is going to be involved in doing some of these things. That's really what you're trying to do, is recover your cost, not just impose a penalty or raise funds, but just recover your cost.
We can't put fees in this ordinance because we don't know what they are yet.
But they should be suggested where we can go get them.
No, it just says that we will have them and we are going to set them.
I don't like that wording, and I just don't. Because I
Well,
think we should be
according
clear.
to city, it's somewhere else, right?
It's in a
But you guys
resolution
established the application,
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
17.
So basically, we're going to approve this, read this ordinance, then approve the ordinance and set the fees. Is that what I'm
Fees will be
getting?
set by resolution in April or
Set the
May.
fees by resolution.
You see, well, what I'm saying is that, what I've been saying for the last couple of years, we got to be clear and clear so people don't have that question out there. Someone comes new to the city, how will they know unless this discussion happens, where's the fee is? Not saying it should be in there, but it
By
should be
the
clear
time-
where it is.
By the time we're done, they will know what their fees are.
Right.
Okay, but in other words, when we end, we will have this ordinance finished and with all the changes, and then we will establish the fees, and then when somebody applies for a permit or application, they'll know exactly what's there. But right now, we're just approving the ordinance first, fees second, and then people will know. But right now, we don't know, and so you're correct, we don't know right now, but I
We're
mean...
piecemealing it. I don't like that way of doing business.
We're not,
I
because
just think it's the wrong way to do business, and I'm okay with that thinking. You can disagree with that. I think we should be clear about when someone comes in, they know what's happening, and they don't have to go to this document, that document, or it's clear the path is on it.
Our process for making this happen is by piece. It doesn't happen.
And if we set a fee in this ordinance and then we change that fee, we have to come back and change this entire
I
ordinance.
didn't say it needs to be an ordinance. It needs to be clear where they go to see it.
It is, it's in a
It is,
resolution.
it's in
Sandy
a
said.
resolution.
But we just heard that here. We didn't know that until it was said, right?
Well,
No,
but
we
if they
do
come
it,
in
we
and ask
voted on
Sandy
it.
that they wanted a license,
I'm done.
Sandy would
I'm done
know.
with that. I said what I want to say, and I'm clear as on record, because we need to
I
be
believe-
transparent and clear.
I believe the application packet has the fees stated in it.
I believe it does.
It
Right,
is.
that's the answer.
Yes, Shane?
I just wanted to add real quick that when we do go for non-storefront retail, that other places can come from Reading and kind of wipe us all out, and I'm not going to be the only sole competition here in California. I'm not even really much at the moment, but just to make it clear that other Reading companies can come here and not get $1 from you guys and still wipe my delivery service out and offer better prices. That's state mandate. Once you have like I could go to San Diego if I could make it there and back
By 10?
by 10 p.m. So really, I mean, we're not,
But in turn, you could also be going to Reading.
I agree. So what, really, competition breeds good business, period. Not putting caps, not saying, down the way, Papa Murphy's Pizza Hut, same shopping center, no arguments, no nothing, just do better, change your business, do better. On that note as well, we would love to invite you, Ken and Bob, also to come out and see both places, and especially the new place, and maybe show you what we're doing a little bit, because you never really got to see the time and money and the hundreds of thousands that we have invested into this project, because it's not on Main Street. We're not the main show. But I sure would love to show you the show that we're working on.
It's nice.
Peter, thank you.
I haven't been there in a while.
Yeah.
I could probably go next week.
I've never
since I'm
been,
not going to Disney.
I'm okay. I just want to make sure that there's clarity, Shane, that's all.
Okay, so I have some changes that I wanted to make that didn't get in here, so let me go over those, and if you like them, you like them. If you don't, we'll scratch them. So on page 8 of the new one, in the paragraph at the top, fourth sentence down, it says pursuant to this chapter shall be likewise, and I would like that to say may be.
You said, Somebody said, I heard it.
If you say may, then what are you going to say after that? You're going to say the city council is going to decide, or the city manager is going to decide? If you say may, it's permissive, but no one knows where they stand.
Yes, they would, because this is if somebody had their license taken away.
Right.
By the state, it says that when it gets pulled by the state, it automatically gets pulled by the city.
Right.
But that doesn't necessarily mean, I don't think, that just because the state reinstated them, that we have to.
Well, if they have some reason to be revoked because they violated our ordinance, for example, you could take separate action regardless of what the state has done to revoke or suspend, and so could the city manager. You're not bound by the fact that they got reinstated by the state. You could say, well, you may have been reinstated, but we didn't like what you were doing here, so we're going to suspend or revoke you. You could still do that.
Okay, well, that's why I thought the word may would be doing exactly that.
Well, if you say may, then we have to add a sentence or two to say how that's going to work. Who's going to decide when they're going to decide, what criteria they're going to use to decide, et cetera. So it gets a little more complicated than just changing from shall to may. We can do it,
I don't
though.
like the word likewise, but okay.
Well, it just
Lawyer
says
talk.
unless
I mean,
suspension
it just-
was a
it
result
just-
of permittee's violation. Okay,
just
so
an
I got,
added
so that
word
one's fine. I'm
with no
fine with your explanation. Okay.
So read the rest of the sentence here.
Yeah, I did.
Unless a suspension was the result of the permittee's violation of this chapter. So
Okay.
you don't have to reinstate them if they were suspended because they broke the law.
Okay, I'm good with that explanation.
Can't it read the permit issued to permittee pursuant to this chapter shall be immediately reinstated? Like I said, likewise is just something that just feels like a word just thrown in there like.
You like also
Yeah.
better? You like the word also better? Also being
I
used?
don't think it needs anything. It's just a complete sentence, shall be immediately reinstated. I mean, I'm just not one for long words.
Okay.
All right, never mind.
Now I want you to go to
Don't
page
wordsmith this whole damn thing.
14.
Hold on, we'll be here till midnight.
I know we will. Okay, 14, first paragraph. So the bottom, that the city manager may extend this period if he or she deems it necessary for the proper processing of a permit amendment.
Which section are you in?
I am
Top-
on
she's
the
in the
top page of
Top paragraph.
14.
Of 14.
So business reorganizations.
Oh, okay. Yeah, what I anticipated is bureaucratic nightmares, which is the bane of anybody's existence, which is to say somebody applies for something and then the city manager is on vacation or there's some other problem and we can't process it as quickly as we would like to. The city manager might be able to say, well, it isn't the applicant's fault. We fell down on the job here. We messed up somehow. I'm going to extend them by 10 days and give them the benefit of the doubt. rather
No,
than-
I think you're on the wrong one, because this is that if anyone in the business changes, so if the executive officer, the chief financial officer, the secretary, or anybody who's listed on their articles of incorporation change,
Right.
that they have to notify us.
Yeah, it says there'll be a permit amendment application.
Right. And that amendment may have fees attached to it. So I would like it to read, additional fees may apply. Not saying that they will, but depending on what the amendment is, we don't know right now. We don't know what the amendment's going to be.
May's the operative word, I like that. Now that I like, because it's not provisionary. May leaves that open.
There's already a section that covers it. Let me find it for you.
Okay. And while he's doing that, my other questions were the planning commission thing too, but you answered that already. And it was,
And I thought we were going to strike that, right?
yes. But then I want you guys, because you know this better than me, on page 17, that first sentence at the top says lawfully operating pursuant to chapter 8.29. Is that the right number?
Yeah. It is.
Where are you at?
We revoked 8.30 and repealed, I should say, repealed 8.30 and 8.31 by this ordinance.
By this one. Okay, that was what I wanted to know, 8.30. Okay.
So can I have a related question? So that, just being clear, so with the other business, that's Canada, whatever is now, so that would apply to them, is that correct? Because
I thought you were talking to them, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to talk to both, actually. I'm trying to see, because I had a question about that too.
What's the question?
Lawfully operating pursuant to chapter 8.29, does that address when that person came
Yes.
a few months ago and made a statement to our city council about their inexistence? Does that apply to them?
What section are you looking at?
8.50 on page 16 and 17, what Kim just referred to. Sorry, Ms. Green.
And which section?
Section 5.04.060C.
Okay.
I don't want any loopholes here. I'm just saying, is this?
But this doesn't change that. That language is already in existence. I just changed the section number.
Okay.
This is just lifted out of the current ordinance. No changes except for the section number.
And Mr. Mayor, so we haven't made anything pursuant to that business and this ordinance that was still in existence, this part here. I just want to be clear.
Which one are you on right now?
The same number I said, 5.04.060. He's talking about the business license. It was
non-trans.
lawfully operating. We haven't addressed that.
Oh.
Is that addressed here in this?
Yes,
Okay.
it is spelled out by days, by hours, by everything.
And we will apply that, right?
Yes, that's why we're doing this.
I just want to make sure that they can't weasel out of it.
Now it's our rule, so now we're either going to let you or we're not going to let you.
This is the elephant in the room that I'm touching. I'm putting a leash around it.
Yeah. That's what we're trying to do.
Okay.
May I ask one more question? If
Sure.
that's okay. So hypothetically, I already have a city permit. I get killed, run over by car, whatever.
Falling building?
Right, yeah, from across the street.
Walking under Mark Warren's building.
I have moved the placement of my vehicle. So I'm just wondering with this death or disability of a permittee. No, so my boys obviously, work with me, and I have provisions set up already. If something happens to me, then they take over. Wouldn't it just be something that I can keep on file with my city application or papers, like in the event of my death,
Your surviving heirs would apply to the city for an amendment to the permit. Basically, to substitute their names in for yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I'm asking potentially, could I put something on file with you saying
that they're already
that
part
if
of
this
it?
happens, that they would,
It wouldn't hurt, but they'd still have to come in and sign papers
Right,
and
that's
do
fine.
things.
but I'm just saying then, just to, so you're aware of that. If something happened to Shane or his family, I think he'd want his wife or, I'm just, maybe that's something that we could,
See an estate planning attorney about this.
well, I did have, that's why I already have it. So I'm just wondering if you would like to have it
Wouldn't hurt.
with our information
We'll
type?
put it in the file for you if you.
Okay, so you can file it?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor? But the permit has to be approved, right? Say you die and all of a sudden your sons become three felons, or I don't know,
Right, exactly.
whatever. Produce 3 felonies, then they wouldn't apply for a permit. I mean, if they did, we're going to deny it, so just as long, I mean.
Right, but if it was on record, I mean, at least Justin could say, hey, go give me a new live scan or whatever, but
Yeah.
I doubt it.
I'm just saying, there would be
Right.
potentially issues if there was something wrong.
If something wrong, okay. But maybe we could just put something like that in
So
the
I
file.
don't know if we
going
can
to
think
have
through every
first reading
case
of this?
scenario.
This is our first reading.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the ordinance number?
Thank you.
I would like to make note of, when we make this second, when we do this amended ordinance, if you could make note of all the changes we did.
I have just two written in my notes here. One is to add the fees for an amendment.
May apply.
Okay.
And the other was the...
The approval by
oh,
the
plan-
planning
substitute
commission.
the city manager for the PC, right?
Right,
Those are the two I have.
okay, that's it.
Yep, that was it, Kim? Okay, yep.
All
I
right.
move,
Are we ready?
I move that the reading be full in the body of resolution number 460-2020 be waived, said resolution
It's
being,
ordinance.
I said ordinance, did I say ordinance?
No, you said resolution.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
See, that
I
was
forgive
too-
you.
I already did.
I'm easy.
Once.
Ordinance, excuse me, so
There you go.
ordinance number 460-2020 be waived, said resolution being introduced and adopted by title only.
A second.
It has been moved and seconded for ordinance 460-2020. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Now, I move the adoption of resolution number, ordinance number, 460-2020, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Weed authorizing retail cannabis sales and repealing, that's moving it, existing ordinances authorizing medical and adult use dispensaries, be adopted.
As amended.
As amended, yes.
I'll second it.
It's been moved
Sorry, Sandy.
and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
So we've got
We'll
first,
see that next month.
yeah.
Right, Sandy?
And if there's, I mean,
Thank you.
it doesn't it means if there are, if we feel between now and next month that there was something very glaring because, you know, we found out some new information, we can continue to, we don't have to, we can continue to amend, right?
You have to reintroduce it if you make substantial
Okay.
changes, material changes.
All right, I wanted to know that. Thank
And
you.
that may happen with state and federal.
It
Federal
could.
hasn't
It
spoken
could
yet.
happen, yeah.
Wait till Mr. 45 gets something on that.
Mr. 45?
Okay, moving on.
I don't know that.
Item G, Administration Finance. Council will consider modifications to the 2019, 2020, and 2020-2021 salary schedule. Craig.
I can introduce it. The council had requested this be put on the agenda from some changes that were made in June of 2019. And the changes in your packet, you've got two different salary schedules, so you could see what the changes were. The changes were basically the educational incentive for all employees being changed to all employees instead of to sworn units and public works. So the question had been brought up about hiring someone that has a master's degree, that's what you're looking for, or whatever you're looking for, you put that out in, that's what's the requirement to be hired here. And now in this, you're also including a raise to that person above and beyond what he's been awarded of 3 to 9%. And when this got passed, raises got, a lot of staff got raises out of this that were hired because they had their degrees. So it was brought back to your attention to see if this is your intention to leave it this way, or if you want to make some adjustments to it.
And do you mind if I use you for an example? For an example, Emily, we wouldn't have hired her had she not had a degree in accounting because that's her job. Tim, it's the same way. We would not have hired him if he did not have a degree. So what that did was as soon as this got passed, Emily got a raise because she had a degree.
But she got the job.
But she had, right, she got the job because, so she wouldn't even have applied for it. So why do we have that in there that they get a, now Brian, on the other hand, who's not here to defend himself, when Brian was hired, he did not have an AAA. But since he's been there, he has gotten his AA, and apparently he received the raise? I don't know.
I would suggest he would.
Yeah, I don't know that he did either, but, so why do we have that in there? The educational pay incentive for safety units, yes, because you don't necessarily have to have a degree, a bachelor's degree, right, to be a policeman, but you could get it, and that's incentive that they get their education. But we're not hiring them because they had a bachelor's degree, we're hiring them because they had post.
My response is that from the beginning, it should be performance-based.
Exactly.
So I don't know if that word should be put in there because now that we go to performance-based for all employees, which we didn't have for 30-some years, people are being addressed by the performance, which always should be in place. So I think that's what, if I remember conversations, that came in and it kind of bumped folks that already are in the position, which is not that's not the purpose of that. And I think as long as we address that piece, then we should be okay, because everything should be performance-driven, not just cost of living increase. And I think that's what the question came about, because some existing persons got a raise.
I feel you're right. And I would like to look into all of this with, in a little more depth, possibly on a committee level and not on an overall general level right now. The particular issue I would like to address tonight would be when we hired our new city manager, we agreed upon a salary, but based upon what we have done here, that salary is over and above what we agreed upon. And so what I want to make sure of is that we had a set budget in mind and we need to stick to that. So I think for tonight, I would just like to amend the pay scale here for the city manager's position to be in full control of the city council without any of these degrees or excuse me. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Go like that, right? I know, yeah, 6 feet, 20 feet. I don't have diarrhea. Okay. So, except, okay, so anyway, I think if we just stick to the city manager's position tonight, because I think there's a couple things that come to mind that maybe we need to take a look at. We're offering percentages. Percentages are ultimately imbalanced to the people that already make more funds, have a bigger payroll. So maybe we should set dollar amounts, which would be something, one, we can control better, and two, we know if we do that, what we're spending exactly. When we say 3%, if you're making $100,000, 3% is one thing, and if you're making $40,000, 3% is another. So from a city council's position, or at least from the way I feel, is I'm never sure of, we give a 3%, but we don't really know what we gave. Where if we give a fixed dollar amount, we know exactly what we're spending. For me, and this isn't totally my idea, but I won't credit that to those in charge.
So are you saying you want to have?
I just, for tonight, I think we need to look at a committee to look at these, because we're going to have negotiations coming up this year, I believe, do we have negotiations with police, or is that next year? One more year? And probably another year, we also have negotiations with Public Works. So I would like to put something in place that impacts, that we know where the impacts are specifically, not the percentage thing.
Percents are good, well, in my experience, percentages are clear, and I would ask for Emily, would that be a difference from your perspective? Percents is clear also, isn't it, in the application?
When you're talking COLAs, yes. when you're talking degrees and getting, it can get convoluted because giving my same degree and somebody else's same degree, I could have a higher percentage of money associated with that degree, even though it could be the same exact degree. Do you see what I mean?
I do, but I see it by performance, and your current amount is still based on your experience, so that's still a win for you.
Right. And the other thing you need to keep in mind is, yes, you hired me with a degree, but in my job description, is that degree a requirement of the position? So that's the other kind of portion where you may have hired me based on having a degree, but it wasn't you could have hired someone without a degree, and we would have been at the same step. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, but was it not in the application that you needed to have the degree?
It said it was preferred.
Degree or experience.
That makes a difference.
Okay. So we need to be more careful when we do that, and hopefully we aren't doing it anyway. But also on performance levels, we have schedules of pay as we go through performance. Those are that's something that's, I think, implemented at the police department, and I know now at Public Works is you're getting these steps up for what you do. And I think overall, we've got steps up for what you do and how you perform, and being on the job for 5 or 10 years. Personally, I'm speaking, if I'm getting a raise because I'm on the job and then I'm getting another raise because I am on the job, I don't know. I'd just rather give it, if you're going to give money, put it in your schedule. All of these little add-on doodads, it just complicates things.
Not necessarily with the Public Works ones, or...
Yes, Public Works does have that slight difference in the fact
that
of,
one. And,
yes.
And police also.
And police, right.
Sworn units.
But so does administration. What if the administration person said, oh, I want to help this person over here do something that's not out of their job set? If it enhances the performance of what they're doing, that's a win. And that's what we have to look at. For 25, 30 years, we need to have that in place. And I think it's a good thing that we have now. I'm glad the police department had it, and we kind of mapped it over. But that's the way we have to be. It's only fair way.
But for tonight, I mean, this could be a very long conversation, but for tonight, I would really like to, I want it very clear when our new city manager comes on board, what we're doing with him.
So, right now, when our city manager stop me if I'm wrong, when our city manager comes on board, he's going to get a 6% raise of what we offered him, according to this.
A minimum of 6, I would say.
Yeah, 3 plus COLA.
Probably 9.
And we talked about that.
Following the salary schedule, yes, that's correct.
Yes, so
Right.
we have to address that
Which
because
is
that's not.
why-
We have to address that right now.
Yeah. So I would agree, move the city manager out of that pulse. Was he told that information? I think that was a conversation. So we want to be upfront, right? That was a
Right.
conversation.
He knows
so we
this.
don't want to.
He knows, he's probably watching tonight, so, hey, Tim.
He's going, what did I do?
Yeah.
No, he knows.
No, I mean, so,
Ms. Mayor?
I just want to
I'd
make it clear, too.
I just like, I agree with Councilman Palfini regarding the percentages. I've seen percentages over the years, just the difference in pay. You know, there was at one time, let's say 30 years ago, teachers and teachers' aides, there wasn't nearly the discrepancy there is now. And that was based on percentages. On 5% here, 5% here, and it just, when you're making that less amount, it is, and when we talk about a cost of living, it's, matter of fact, I worked in a place that somebody came to, and they were going to take a cut. We were going to take $1.75 an hour cut. And it was told, as it was attempted to explain to us, you got to understand, we're going to take $1.75 from you, but the person that's making $3 an hour more, we're going to take $1.50 from them because they need more money. And it's kind of ridiculous. And my point is that when we're talking about somebody a cost of living raise, we need the same amount. I really believe that we get into trouble with that automatic percentage. It just it's not, I don't think it's fair, and I think it's something we need to look at. I agree that we need to form a committee and take a look at this, and if we need to do something tonight regarding the manager's position, let's do that. But I think we need to really take a look at this. I don't like percentages. I just don't.
I like percentages.
That's okay.
I'm used to that in the executive world or Silicon Valley.
Would we like,
it's easy.
sorry, Sandy, would we like to modify this by pulling the city manager out of this?
Out of the payroll schedule until we have a chance to
Review it,
review and modify? Or what,
the salary schedule?
salary schedule?
Educational incentives, yes,
So
thank
we
you,
pull
Sandy.
out the educational incentives to the salary schedule for the city manager. And we'll throw Emily there, no, just,
Do you have something?
I just wanted to make sure that we weren't pulling him completely out of the schedule. He's still part of the schedule, just footnoted that he is not part of the educational incentives.
Yes.
Correct, okay, just so
Got it.
that I know how to process that appropriately.
okay.
Thank you.
You got that down, all right, okay? I make a
Oh.
motion, I'll get a second.
I'll second it.
I just, sorry.
I second it.
I'm just pushing you.
There's been a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Number one?
Aye, any opposed? Okay, thank you.
It's just getting to be like 8:30, I think, but anyway.
Plenty to go yet.
Well, that's
No,
because the
we're just-
clock is off and I kept looking, I'm
I
going,
know,
boy,
no,
it sure
it's off
seems
by an
late.
hour. No, it's 8:15.
Oh, wow.
Okay. At H, administration, this is discussion only. Council will discuss a development agreement with Shasta Jefferson Growth Business Incorporated in the process for entering into such an agreement.
And thank you for your patience.
Oh, he had stayed anyway.
Thanks,
You
Ray.
should have asked to be moved up on the,
Oh, we still have Mark to do.
Y'all know I stick around till the end anyway, so I thought that kind of went into the equation, so.
Oh, Sandy. You need to get up and walk anyway. She has to get up and walk.
They're not. I unfortunately went to staple them and was out of staples. I apologize for the paper clips.
It's okay.
I didn't bring a copy for you guys that don't know.
We need more paper clips here down at City Hall.
I've got 3 right here in front of me.
Found a plethora of them anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see that?
They're all in the recycle bin. Mm-mm. I know, I saw that. I came in here Sunday.
What's that?
Oh, Sunday.
It's pretty.
It's just amazing how.
Okay, are you going to read this to us, Ray?
It was my intent to, although I wasn't sure if Bob wanted to give his staff report first, or if you want me to just lead in with this summary.
Microphone.
My staff report's on the 5th page of the agenda. It's a staff report, City of Weed, et cetera. The executive summary is really short, just 3 paragraphs. I'll let Ray take it from there. He's going to say the same thing I said because we're both copying it from the statute pretty much.
Yes, a lot of
It's all
it,
set
yes.
forth there.
In fact, Bob was kind enough to confer with me when he was preparing his staff report, and I did specifically request the inclusion of those preamble sections that kind of describe the why of development agreements as a land use mechanism. So without further ado, I'm just going to read this off the rip, and then we can kind of start discussing specifics in the agreement. And then I did also provide you guys with a timeline of how this project has gotten to where it is currently, and also a outline for the actual 20-some-odd page document so that you can see which sections are which, and then a map of the land for the initial project development. So a development agreement between Shasta Jefferson Growth Businesses and the City of Weed grants initial affirmative permissions to SJGB and provides surety for investors to initiate the development of a vertically integrated cannabis business. The proposed project will offer hundreds of well-paying, living wage jobs formally mandated in the wage table included in the development agreement, and creates a new and discretionary long-term revenue stream for the city by way of the use of the product of the City of Weed logo tied to place-based branding called geographic indicators, or appellation is the phrase you guys are probably familiar with by now. This development agreement creates predictable and consensus-driven framework for both parties to move forward to accomplish shared goals. The DA grants both surety for the developer for financing purposes and ensures that the city maintains control over design and deployment of the facility via the creation of a planned unit development as per city municipal code. This mechanism was chosen by former city manager Ron Stock in order to minimize the use of city resources, and I'll go into a bit of the timeline and discussion that went into that decision in a moment. In short, to create a PUD, a developer must craft a development plan of the entire project, and that's verbatim from our municipal code, including engineering plans that meet the requirements of the ordinance. The city provides oversight and is involved in the drafting process and maintains final approval authority for development. After extensive research and discussions over the course of several months, it was decided that this DA/PUD process streamlines interactions between city and developer over the coming years, saving both parties time and money. While not formally a public-private partnership, the agreement is predicated on mutual desires of the developer and the city. It is a joint effort to bring substantive numbers of living wage employment opportunities to our community, to create new and discretionary revenue for the city to provide services to our citizens, and to increase commerce at large in our town. We look forward to furthering the development of this project so that we can be adequately prepared for the appellation designation submittal to the California Department of Food and Agriculture, and in doing so meet a primary developer obligation contained in the agreement. And so, just a little bit as far as the timeline of this project, how we got to here, why we chose these mechanisms. In 2017 through 2018, we had a Cannabis Permitting and Regulatory Advisory Board. We had a series of meetings where we garnered public input. We reported back to the council several times, met with Ron several times to discuss what were at that point in time still developing state regulations, which have since been codified and are now set. And Councilwoman Green, as well as Councilwoman, now Mayor Tavallero, participated in that process, as did now Chief Mayberry, to a substantial degree. And we talked about on a macro level, we looked at the legalization of the cannabis industry as a potential opportunity for our community. And what we talked about was that we wanted to see it as a mechanism to create living wage jobs and to create revenue for the city, not only through tax receipts, but through place-based branding, because we as an industry were successful in lobbying the state to include appellation of origin and geographic indicator designations built in to cultivation and manufacturing of cannabis products. So when we took that model and we said, okay, you know, Elizabeth as a retail location provides a number of jobs. Shane, as you just heard, anticipates hiring 5 to 6 people within the coming, year. What we were talking about in those meetings and what we've talked about, quite frankly, almost everyone in this room individually and at several other public meetings, is how do we utilize the cannabis industry as an opportunity to create several hundred jobs, right? And in talking with Ron and in reviewing that goal, it came to our attention that there were really only a handful of ways to accomplish that goal. The vast majority of those mechanisms were piecemeal, which I heard you earlier, and we talked about it the other day. I don't like piecemeal either, because from a developer standpoint, from a business owner standpoint, it's a lack of surety and clarity in terms of a predictable framework to move forward. So after we analyzed the various ways, like I said, there were really only a handful, 3, maybe 4 borderline. It was Ron and I shared opinion, and Bob Winston was involved in several of these meetings where we came to the conclusion that a development agreement was the most effective and streamlined way to do so. In August of 2018, the Appellations Committee was established. In October of 2018, the Development Agreement Memorandum of Understanding was signed with the city and SJGB. And on December 6th of 2018, we submitted the initial draft of the development agreement. In January of 2019, and I do reference in here several correspondences with Ron. You guys have copies of these, obviously. Bob has been provided with copies of all these correspondences. In January of 2019, there was a series of emails that went out regarding engineering schematics and the prohibitive nature of providing them without the affirmative permission to pursue businesses, because to do the engineering for the entire project, and particularly if you include CEQA, is north of $500,000, but shy of $1 million, but somewhere in the $700,000-800,000 range. So in order to justify, and that's just your initial expenditure, that's nothing to say anything of construction financing or anything like that. So at that point in time, Ron decided basically that he thought we should utilize the planned unit development model, and in that way we could get the affirmative, and Bob had a great phrase for it the other day, almost like a pre-escrow, like yes you can do this, but we have to see exactly how it's going to work out. And so that's a really good analogy for what this is. The adoption of the PUD model was also very specifically done because at the roundtable here at that following the 12319, where we sat down with Ron and Bob Winston as well as Keith McKinley, when Keith looked at our preliminary engineering plans, he was very quick to say that reviewing these plans would take 2x my entire monthly contract. And that would just be for a preliminary read. And so part of the other thought process in this was that if the council approves a development agreement, that provides justification for use of city staff time, quite frankly, because it is such a broad project. And it streamlines that interaction because the city already has very explicit code regarding what is required of a planned unit development. By the way, just for y'all's information, the only 2 planned unit developments we have in this city are the brewery and the Hidden Meadows Estate, for what it's worth. In February of 2019, City Attorney Winston provided his edits. In March of that same year, we resubmitted after incorporating all of his edits, including indemnity language. There was some severability language. It was a There were 7 of them. I went on my own time and dime. And I'm proud to say that several of the recommendations that I provided to that committee made their way into the regulations, the first draft of which was published about 10 days ago. So we're in the middle of public comment for that draft. So we did accomplish quite a bit. And to be even more blunt, what we're talking about here, a controlled environment greenhouse facility, I was one of the few folks on that committee that was pushing for the inclusion of that cultivation model within Appellations. There's a lot of folks who want to see or would like to see Appellations applied strictly to full sun, outdoor, in native soil, et cetera, purists, if you will. So I'm happy to say that the business model that we're looking at here to utilize the city logo and the geographic indicator for remain an option because I was at those meetings and because there were other folks in the state who had a shared vision for what we want to do here as well. There's plenty of places in the state where they don't want to allow full season outdoor, but they are comfortable with greenhouses as long as they have sufficient odor mitigation. I'm just going to, so on the 9th of that same month in April, City Attorney Winston approved the draft that we had provided with his edits included and suggested that those documents be passed on to the mayor, council, and staff in an email. And on the 19th of that month, Ron Stock provided his major set of negotiation edits. So Bob's edits were more perfunctory, you know, like I said, indemnity, severability, venue of arbitration, things of this nature. Ron's edits were negotiation points, were like, here's what you've asked for, here's what I want, let's figure out where we meet. And so that was a bit of a different set of edits. You guys, by the way, I do believe that at the time, at the very least, Ken and perhaps Sue were on that email thread. Those are the now infamous April edits that became the groundwork for the rest of the negotiations. In summer of 2019, throughout summer of 2019, there was further refinement of the legal language with the city manager. There was a loop-in of the Colantuono and Highwater and Watley firm, whom Ron wanted to do the final review for legality and form after we came to agreement on negotiation points. And to that end, we had a meeting on the 29th of October with Ron to finalize the negotiated language. At that meeting, Ron asserted that we had accomplished the goals that he had asked us to accomplish, and so we went back and dotted our I's and crossed our T's and provided what we were under the impression of, after negotiating in good faith with Ron for, as you can see, over a year, that the November 15th submittal version would be forwarded on for outside firm review and then provided to the council in order to schedule a public hearing. Without going too much into detail, I think everyone has an idea of what happened, and those steps were not taken. And I was informed in mid-December while I was visiting my parents that Ron had decided not to send it out, but nor did he provide any guidance on how we could amend the document in order to get him to send it out. He basically told me, like, I can't finish this in the time I have left, and y'all have seen these emails. I can't finish this in the time I have left. Good luck with my successor. And so from November through now, we made several attempts at moving this forward. We met in January. Ron sent what, in my mind at the time, and to this day, no offense to Ron, was a pretty disingenuous email on January 10th, where he made assertions about the rights contained in the document that were completely erroneous and in sharp contrast to the negotiation points that he knew we had spent a year doing. And I'm not trying to, throw Ron under the bus here, but he made some assertions when I say we, Mayor Palfini, at the time Mayor Palfini had initiated an email conversation asking Ron, you've said that this isn't ready, but you're not saying why. What are the reasons for that? And he came back with a series of reasons that, quite frankly, were not based in reality. I don't know what to say other than that. He made an assertion that with this, you could build a greenhouse next to my house. No, I can't. It says what zone I can do this in, things like that. And it is what it is. Ron put in a ton of work to this. We would not be here without the work that he put in, and I really do thank him for that. He understood the vision. He was well versed enough in the various mechanisms that we could utilize to guide myself and our company to what he thought, and we agree, is the best plan moving forward in order to create an employment center capable of providing upwards of 200 living wage jobs and provide a revenue stream to the city that is new and discretionary. And so I am here to answer any questions you have. I understand the document is somewhat dense. I really do. It is what I would ask of us after this meeting, if you guys can provide direction. I hope Tim's watching. I know that he was provided a copy. What I would ask is that you follow through on what Ron was supposed to do and have the Colantuono firm review the document for legal soundness as per the government code covering development agreements, and simultaneously have Tim review the document and make sure that he's comfortable with the negotiated points that Ron and I worked out over the course of this year.
Again, just a point that Councilman Palfini referred to, the session is not live. It's put on a tape or something and is
No, it's live.
later.
No, it's live. I have people watching.
Online. Yeah, it's on the web, but it's not on the TV.
I know.
Yeah,
Right.
so that's all.
Okay. No, I have a couple of interested parties watching this right now, for sure.
Sure. Okay. I love you, Ray.
Thanks, bud.
But I want to make sure I got clarification, and it's just not for me. I believe it's not only for me, but it's for my council and our staff here.
Oh, absolutely. And just to that note, I just do want to make it clear that Ron made verbal assertions to me that he had been sharing this information much more widely than it turns out he had. And in fact, this came to light when Bob and I sat down, and there was a moment in time where Ron just removed Bob from the email thread, and I did not know this. And, so understand, and that's why I'm here.
So, on the development agreement,
Yes.
let's first take a look at land use. The question has come up as far as how much land is involved here. And so my first thing is how many acres?
Sure.
And I know there's a map in front of me.
There sure is.
And on that particular map, tell me where Crystal Geyser is.
Oh.
And tell me where Grocery Outlet is. Or is Crystal Geyser not on this map?
Crystal Geyser is not on this map.
Okay.
Grocery Outlet is. Grocery Outlet is the corner parcel here that you see, the corner of Vista and Black Butte Drive.
Okay, gotcha.
The one closest to the edge, sort of
Okay,
here, the bottom left.
So your project does not involve the two lots?
Immediately adjacent.
Adjacent, gotcha, okay.
No. It involves the initial, and this is one of the beauties, the elegant beauty of both the development agreement as a land use mechanism and also the PUD as a land use mechanism, is that it allows phased deployment of construction.
I get that.
Right. So where we'll be starting, quite frankly, is the upper right-hand corner at the south end of what is marked on here as parcel 4. So this is, it's 22 point, hold on. It's 21.66 acres, of which 2.9 at the far left side, the Vista frontage, is set aside for a retail strip that will not be cannabis businesses.
Parcel 4 or parcel 3?
Well, sorry, so the development agreement, the deployment of those businesses would start at the south or the right end, and there is a compass at the bottom center that would start at the far right end. The darker shaded area on the far left, which is along Vista Drive, is not going to be cannabis businesses. That's where we're actually looking at putting in a multi-tenant retail strip for restaurants and a Verizon store or whoever wants to move in. I don't really care.
But that would be part of your PUD, the description?
No. So the PUD, after it gets approved, the engineering schematics, so the PUD, and please, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, when you create a PUD, you're creating a series of engineering plans that are superimposed on various land. So if someone wanted to, for instance, build another brewery using the development plan that Vaughn did for his brewery, they could literally take those metrics, which are in the city municipal code, and then request that that be dropped onto another parcel. And so the PUD that we're going to create will eventually be deployed throughout these two parcels and could potentially be deployed in other parcels, including, and just to be clear, our company does own land across the street from this on the west side of Black Butte, but it's too close to the highway for greenhouses. The air filtration for heavy metals would be rather cost prohibitive, so I don't anticipate that. Also, as you get to the far southern end of that, the land becomes too narrow to be of any real use. And Craig Sharp and I have sat down. Ron had asked me a long time ago whether or not I'd be okay dedicating a portion of that far southern strip to the city for a big sign, and I already agreed to that. So.
Okay. So if we approve the DA and then we approve the PUD, and we approve the design of a particular type of business, you're telling me that that particular design can be dropped in anywhere else?
Oh, no. You could request that it be dropped.
Okay,
but you
request,
still
okay.
maintain complete authority
Okay.
over approvals.
Good, thank you, I appreciate that.
Understood.
I want to make sure that,
Yeah.
that everybody knows that we still have control.
Absolutely. And the reason that we want to do that is, again, when we are successful in building this out and we cap out what we can do on this land. We do have a pending option on another larger piece that I think some of you guys are aware of, but it requires approximately a mile of city road to be pulled, and that's prohibitive for phase one of a development project. And so the PUD could still only be applied to the zoning that's described in the DA, which is industrially zoned land, and even if in a case where we wanted to expand to an additional APN number, we would have to come back and get explicit approval to do so.
Okay, so again, the development agreement, how about the roadway was on Blackview Drive? That has to be upgraded?
The length of the parcel all the way to the edge of parcel 4, I am required to sidewalks, curbs, gutters, yes.
Okay, how about beyond parcel 4?
No, that's not my land.
Okay, parcel 4 is that whole lot, there's not a...
It goes almost all the way down, it goes down to the power easement right before the road out to Bruce's, to Blackview Railroad.
Gotcha. So this is whole thing here.
Yeah, it stops just, there's 2 really small remainder parcels, and then you can see at the far right, there's basically 4 rectangles. The middle thinnest one is the power easement, and then the 1, 2 to its right also, and it's marked there, it's quite small, but you can see that's the railroad right-of-way as well as the road to the Blackview Railroad Center.
Okay, so you're required for roads, you're required for curb, gutter, sidewalks.
Totally, yeah.
Water lines, sewer lines.
Totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does the city have any contribution, or is the city...
I asked, Ron said no.
Okay.
So no.
Can't even fill.
And I understand.
Fill Bob's hole.
No, I understand, but I...
And so we can't even fill your pothole.
No, but I mean, you know, like you...
Build him a road.
No, well, there have been several, over the years, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding over the years, there have been several use permits issued for companies for whom the city accelerated and assisted with some of the public works and utilities costs, which were then paid back over time. I did discuss this with Ron briefly, and he basically gave me the, listen, we're not in a position to do that right now, but good luck.
Well, one of them, I believe, is the road to nowhere, as we call it. Didn't we have...
Oh, that was
a
one of the
development project
prime
long
examples,
ago?
yeah.
So, but anyway, okay, so that's clear. How long is the length of the agreement?
The length of the agreement is 15 years. It comes into effect upon y'all's approval and provides a 2-year timeline for the drafting and the approval of the PUD. I don't anticipate it taking that long, but you always overestimate with these sorts of things. And the thinking on that time length is basically, you know, we're talking about several tens of millions of dollars over the next 2 to 3 years, 3 to 5 years to build this out. In our conversations with our potential financiers, some of whom we're farther in negotiations to with others, but there's a whole bunch who are waiting to see how this goes, quite frankly. In order to justify that level of investment, you need surety that you're going to be able to perform those business functions.
That's a business question. Does that do anything with locking up fees?
No.
Or any type of dollar amounts?
No. So right now the fee structure, and I did look into this after your comment the other day, Stacey, the fee structure for the city logo has not yet been codified. Am I still correct in this? Correct. Right. So you guys still have the authority to create a fee structure for the use of the city logo, and on page 4 under city obligations, it does reference the use of the city logo, and questions will be answered, I promise. And it does state that the city shall develop logo and branding, which it already has. And by the way, Ron was kind enough to include me a little bit in that conversation and did provide me an opportunity to review some of the proofs that you guys received when you were initially doing that. And this is actually sort of standardized language. It's what's often called favored nation status, and it basically says that whatever the lowest anyone else pays is what you get to pay. So you can't get gouged. So if there's a fee structure, it'll be uniformly applied to businesses, but if a business, say Crystal Geyser, were to come and say, hey, we want this lowered and we'll slap it on every bottle of water going out, we would get the lower rate. We would get the same rate that another person paid. But if the fee structure is applied uniformly, we'd be paying the same amount that any business, including, Ron had a vision of the brewery using it. Ron had a vision of COS using it more, and as we create new businesses that have export products, it's going to be utilized on those over the years to come. Well, it's product of City of Weed, so it would have to be done in the city limits. It has to emanate from the city limits. For cultivation purposes, it can be a little broader because it's a bioregion for the appellation. So like if you were in Edgewood, for instance. Well, okay, now we're getting into difference between use of city logo and the actual appellation, which they are two different things.
Okay, so regarding the logo itself, though.
Yeah.
The question becomes, whatever you pay, everybody else can pay. If somebody else gets a lower price, you're entitled to the lower price.
Correct, yes.
Is it any more complicated than that?
No. Am I doing a good job explaining that, Bob?
It seems to be some complication in regarding, you might put out a product that costs, that the value of let's say, for example, you're using Crystal Geyser. If Crystal Geyser is putting our logo on a bottle of water, that would be one bottle of water, right? Now, if we were putting the same logo on one of your products, which a bottle of water is considerably less than your product, correct?
Some, although there are, Liz will tell you, she's much more tied into retail than I am, but there's definitely, single-use pre-rolls and single edibles, and there's cannabis products that cost the same as a bottle of water, for sure.
But the dispensary can't use the city name.
Well, it's a but it's a product of the City of Weed, so it has to be.
It's not the City of Weed that's cannabis, but yet the cannabis dispensary can't use the City of Weed. Appellation? It's the cultivation. No, I'm just asking.
Well,
okay, if I can just rein this in for a second here, because both these folks are wrong, and I love them both, but they're both slightly wrong. Okay, the City of Weed logo currently does not actually read product of the City of Weed. It's my understanding that it was Ron's intent to create not only a branding bug for the city for use at large. I mean, because if you think about it, the college doesn't actually create anything. You wouldn't use product of the City of Weed at the college, but if COS wanted to adopt the use of the city logo for some of its publication materials, I'm sure that would be, you guys could figure that out. I think what Elizabeth is alluding to is whether or not she could put a City of Weed logo on other people's products, which I don't know and is not really the purview of what we're talking about here. But if what Elizabeth is selling in her store is a product that is not made in weed, you couldn't use the product of the City of Weed. What CJ was talking about is the appellation. So the appellation of origin designation is a completely different mechanism, but anything created under the appellation would, by definition, be a product of the City of Weed. So it's one of those Russian nesting doll things, right?
And I would, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think, you're looking at it as a piecemeal basis, right?
Yeah,
and I don't think you would sell the designation or a logo on a piecemeal basis. The city would collect fees for a logo and with an established number. However many products you used, we've already collected our fee.
Yeah,
so the fee may not be that cheap, but
So we would register people for the...
yeah, register for the logo.
Like a trademark.
Yeah, so think about it like the analogy that I've used, and that seems to be pretty clearly understood, is every bottle of wine that comes out of Napa has a little stamp on the back. It's not super huge on the label. It's a little stamp on the bottle that says product of County of Napa. And that means that it's met certain objective quality standards. And the county gets, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but it's some portion of a cent per time you stamp that stamp. And it accrues quite quickly. So just back of the envelope math that we did based on our project projections, it starts out slow because the appellation doesn't go live. 2022, it's like $50,000. But by the time we start building out and we're shipping out units approaching, quite frankly, millions of units shipped in the years to come, it jumps up to several $100,000 within, 4 to 5 years. And that's based on, this math was done with 25 cent per, so it's one, so it's, and this is different product classifications, but consider 1 cent per gram of extract. So 1 cent per cartridge shipped out. And somewhere on that box that someone buys in a dispensary says product of the city of Weed. And for every single one of those we ship out, you guys get a penny. In year 4, if we ship out a couple million of those, you guys get a couple $100,000. That's it.
But that is for something for the city to figure out, is that correct?
The fee structure is up to the city, yes, but I mean, and Bob probably has some thoughts on this, but I mean, it's most effective on volume, right? If it becomes a cost that I'm unable to pass on to the consumer and something we have to eat out of our bottom line, it becomes much less favorable for us to utilize. It's also worth noting that the appellation will have its own fee structure to utilize should other businesses want to use it, because it's a form of intellectual property under UN trade treaties.
Okay.
So that would be like a joint intellectual property component shared by our company, who is obliged to do the footwork, but is something that the city could then utilize its product of to fit into that. So you have the potential for 2 revenue
I could sell my tomatoes and grown in weeds.
Absolutely. I mean, no, the product of the City of Weed logo, this is something that Ron had envisioned to be applied quite broadly. And I mean, it's,
You had looked like you had something to say.
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Please.
You're showing the city how much money we can make off our logo and how much money there is to be made. So why do you need this PUD for developers to invest in you? Why can't you sell this option to them and just come into us with a set of plans and come into us for infrastructure plans? We review your plans, you pay us a fee for reviewing plans.
Sure.
You pay a fee like everyone else does for our staff time and attorney time and every planner's time. All that time needs to be paid for.
Yeah,
and we're into this, it looks like years, and we have received no fees.
Well, we footed the bill for all of this. So far, other than Ron's time and some of Bob and 1 or 2 meetings with Keith McKinley. In fact, quite frankly, to your point, when I first brought the preliminary engineering plans to Keith McKinley and to Ron, when they saw the scope of it, they were like, wow, we kind of need justification for the use of these times. And there is a fee structure associated with the use of staff time for the PUD and the municipal code that covers it. And I guess to your more underlying question, so in order to justify the investment in, like I said, even the first step of this is like $1 million. In order to justify that, what we're looking to do here is to grant affirmative sort of, again, pre-escrow to, yes, we want to see this happen. And yes, we want you to spend money to make these plans. And yes, we as a city are willing to spend money to review these plans. And again, I took time to once again review that planned unit development ordinance. And within that ordinance, when it was revised in 1993, there's actually an overt reference to a phased development of project where a developer could be granted initial permissions and then come back with further refined plans after the understanding was made that, yes, it's worth your time to invest money in the creation of these plans.
And that's exactly what Crystal Geyser did. They came to us, they brought plans, and they've expanded.
Yeah.
So why can't we have a small set of plans now? You get rolling, come back as you're making money, we get you more plans, we go through the steps,
So that
just
has
like a normal developer.
That has a little bit more to do with the decentralized permit model at the state level. If I could just get one use permit to cover water bottling, for instance, but the fact of the matter is, to accomplish a vertically integrated project, we're actually talking about like 6+ license types as the state mandates, right? So the what I referenced earlier when I was saying that when Ron and I analyzed the mechanisms that we could utilize to get to where we wanted to get, avoiding that piecemeal approach was a very high priority for Ron, because that piecemeal approach is more expensive for us, provides less surety for us, and is more expensive for you and provides less surety for you. And so, like, when we talked about the different ways we could do that, and that was on the table, and we went so far as to send a set of engineering plans to End Plan for a sequel quote, and the one, because of the transactional cost when you're doing engineering reviews, it would have cost $42,000, I believe was the quote, to do a 20,000 square foot greenhouse facility. To do a 200,000 square foot greenhouse facility, so 10x, only cost 4x, right? Ascent Environmental gave us a quote of like, 180 grand. So there's, because of the economy of scale and transactional cost to engage a firm, it's much more efficient to just put a set of macro plans together and submit them then. And the PUD allows the city to be not only heavily involved in that process, but maintain final approval authority. The development agreement doesn't actually grant us much other than we are being told by the city, yes, we want to see this project happen, and here are the next steps to make that project happen.
Okay. Well, we can't guarantee you water, we can't guarantee you sewer, because one thing, we'd have no idea what's coming in the sewer and all the problems that we've had.
Sure.
The water boards had to hire extra people to go out and monitor these grow sites.
Sure. So
and clean up grow sites for all the chemicals that's going in. And water, I mean, I have no idea how much water you're going to be using, so we can't, how can we sign this saying that, yes, this is something, we'll supply you water and sewer, build whatever you want?
Yeah, no, we couldn't right now. Right. That wouldn't be appropriate. But
so I don't see how we can even talk about this agreement until we know what you're doing.
So you and I sat down a long time ago, and we talked about I have notes in one of my old notebooks. We talked about the different diameter water mains and the volume of water that are being produced there. And it was my understanding that it's between 1.5 to 2 gallons per square foot per 10 days. So we can extrapolate the math out on that, and I'm more than happy to sit down. But when you and I had last spoke about this, I was under the impression that you thought that our numbers were well under what you guys were able to service. As far as waste and effluent, and I am totally aware of what's going on with some of the smaller watersheds out in the Eel River and Humboldt and Minnesota, we are not going to have those issues because we are a closed loop organic system. There is no runoff. Everything that we utilize is organics. This is going to be part of the appellation of origin designation because that's a whole branding mechanism. We want to make this a top shelf product. It's all organic. And so our greenhouse schematics actually have a situation where anything that, first of all, it's like a fabric pot system with a catchment tray underneath. Anything that is watered through, first of all, like I said, isn't organic, is either going to be a culture tea or some form of a compost tea. And anything that drips out of there is actually captured by that catchment tray and put back in the nutrient feeding tank because we can just refeed that. So any loss is a dollar loss, right?
And that sounds good, but as you're well aware, there are companies that, for instance, Stump Arsenic, that said they would never do that.
Of course, I get it, man.
I have a hard time, understanding.
Well, I would go with this, between you both.
I get it.
One, the metrics of how much water usage cannabis uses it's out there. It's not rocket science to figure out. They do it for oranges. They do it for almost any growing product. They know the metrics of the water. Chemical interference in the land is typically from illegal growth. Not typically. It is from illegal grows. I know where you live, it's prevalent. Most likely it's also prevalent in the cartel grows that are around our county. But I don't think that involves a business that is by state law an organic business.
Yeah, I mean we're gonna have certification for this.
Right, but it also, to me, I would not look at why we don't do this, but why we do this. I would look to a project such as Joe Ganem's project where we did Hidden Mountain, and the purpose, I wasn't here, but typically what I saw one go on in Dunsmuir as well regarding real estate. Again, it doesn't have the water usage and all that, but it does involve the roads and all of that. And they did development agreements so that they could do those developments in stages so that the developer could recoup fees as he goes along. I believe in Ray's situation, by approving a development agreement, correct me if I'm wrong, you increase the value of this property. The increased value of the property makes, Reg Breeze does it.
Yeah.
Okay? He'll come up with, I don't know what his thing is out there, but I noticed there's a certain value to the land, but every time he announces he applies for permits, that kind of fluctuates a little bit. I would imagine this development agreement also allows the value of this land and the value, it puts a value behind his business model that he's doing.
Vision.
So that's why he gets investors. So that's the way I look at it.
And not just investors, but we're in talks with debt financiers to borrow against the land, and so obviously the entitlements help. As far as that particular concern that was dealt with Ron, and in this agreement, if we have 2 years to create and deploy the PUD. If for any reason it takes us longer than that, we can extend that timeline by written consent to the two parties. But if I don't do this within 2 years, I'm in breach of this contract and this thing is null and void.
That was my next question,
Yes.
is the length of agreement.
Yeah. So it's 15 years starting from the time that we approve this, but it incorporates, and it's on page...
It has a safeguard to it?
Yeah, so it incorporates on page 4, city obligations sub 3, in order to conform with city zoning requirements, parties intend to enter into a PUD agreement, et cetera, for approval within 24 months of the effective date. This timeframe may be extended by mutual agreement of the parties, may seek zoning, building, and permits and other necessary project requirements outside the PUD should it be necessary. And then as far as these obligations go, and so in your outline, you'll see that the recitals is the sort of the preamble is the why, the obligations for both the city and the developer are the what, and if we are out of reach of one of these obligations, then this contract becomes null and void, and there's a whole section in here that would deal with that I'm sure Bob can explain in further detail.
On Ganem's PUD, I read that, and it was done because we were supplying a sewer service outside the city limits, so it did make his property more value, and there was written in there if he didn't pay it, if he didn't sell all his lots in a certain amount of time, he paid the city off for those.
We remember how that worked, don't you?
Yeah, we did get our money.
Yeah, and that's okay, but we're not supposed to give away city money either. But anyway, that's a whole other argument that's long gone.
John, looks like he has something to say.
Please.
You mind if I ask a question?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Ray, if you could clarify something for me, go back to the trademark.
Yeah.
For example, you had mentioned 2 million units,
Yeah.
for example. So is the trademark going to be paid for on a per unit basis?
Generally, yes. So it's not a trademark, by the way, it's not through the U.S. Patent Office, so it's not technically a trademark. But generally, yes, the use of a logo branding bug is on a per unit shipped basis.
Not a percentage of gross sales?
Per bottle.
If you're going to sell 2 million units of something and employ 200 people, just by my calculations, and I could be wrong, but you would need to be in the neighborhood of $40 million gross per year.
Mm-hmm.
$200,000 is not much of 40 million.
No, but that's in addition to the gross tax receipt that will also be applied to the business. So it's a dual revenue stream, I suppose. And by the way, as a matter of ethics, I'm perfectly comfortable having a conversation about cost based upon worth of ship, but that becomes a really, really in-depth and potentially complicated situation because market forces are changing all the time. So then it would be a situation where we'd have to be reporting back accounts receivable to the city, and that's not, this isn't a public-private partnership, so that's not technically appropriate. And a public-private partnership was something that Ron and I...
Crystal Geyser doesn't give us receipts either.
Crystal Geyser doesn't either, and a P3, a public-private partnership, was something that Ron and I discussed early in this, but that's even more complicated.
Right. And I understand.
Yeah,
totally. I'm just curious, though, how would we...
Also, by the way...
How would we know that you had sold 2 million units?
Oh, that's registered at Cal Cannabis at the CDFA.
So in effect, it is a public-private type of deal.
Well, no, I mean, we have to register, everything has its barcode, like a unique identifier barcode tag, so we have to account for all cannabis products shipped. We don't report the dollar amounts, we report volume. Yeah, that's, again, that goes back to the units shipped. And by the way, that number is back of the envelope math for one product class, right? So that's just off of one product class, of which we envision having several dozen. So that's 200 grand times however many product classifications we have. You know what I mean? If all things being equal, it depends. At that point, the market has been shifting, flower sales have decreased, vape sales have somewhat decreased, edible sales are going way up, transdermal like patches are going way up for pain management, under the tongue sprays are going, so as we broaden and diversify the products that we offer, each of those products becomes its own sort of revenue stream, and then however many we sell of those particular products is reflected back on how much we would remit to the city for the use of the logo. But again, that's the reason that it's done on a per unit shipped is because other than for tax purposes, we're not reporting back, our contract negotiations with our suppliers, but we do report how many we're shipping to the state.
But if we have a tax base on that, we would also be able to.
Yeah, totally. I mean, this is separate and distinct from the taxation piece, right? This is like, that's why I really try to focus on this is a new revenue stream.
Yeah, I was just curious. I mean,
totally.
You're going to have several revenue streams, which means then in effect you'll be highly in excess of 40 million a year.
I certainly hope so. That would be awesome.
Do you think there's a market for that?
I do, especially so the other reason that we chose this mechanism is because when we were looking at, as Craig alluded to, putting a full set of plans on the table and saying, this is what we're going to build out, this is when we're going to build it, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense given the current market in California. And if we're talking about using the appellation as the basis for the branding in order to drive consumer demand for our products, we're talking about 2022 as our sort of brand launch, for lack of a better term, because the appellation program doesn't go live till 2021, and it's going to be a 6 to 8 month process to get that issued. So as far as like pumping out product with City of Weed logo, we really don't anticipate that starting till 2022, and the entirety of this plan is really focused on the eventual and inevitable interstate and worldwide market. And everyone and their grandmother around the world knows that Northern California grows great cannabis because we have the right aridity and the right types of soil inputs and the right water. And so that knowledge within the consumer base is going to drive demand for place-based products from our region. And this conversation is happening, all around us as well. So did that answer your question?
Sure. I mean, you'll just have to gross a lot of money.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that's why when you start talking about output potential from several 100,000 square foot of canopy, that becomes very viable. But in year 5, right, we want to build this out slowly to meet market demand. We don't want to get caught with our pants down, pardon the phrase, and we've built out this huge facility that's pumping out product that we don't have a market for.
Right.
So that's one other really positive mechanism about the planned unit development is that we can deploy it, I hate to say piecemeal because we just talked about how we don't like this, but we're sort of approving it and then you streamline the deployment. So the Ron's thinking was, as opposed to me coming back in front of planning and council and staff every couple of months for new permit issuances, we can combine these into one document, and maintain city control over the engineering and long-term deployment of the facility by use of this mechanism that's in the city code.
My question is, future forecasting for sales. Yeah, that's scary for me. You know,
No, me too, man. No, I don't like.
So 2 years from now, will you be effective? I don't know. 5 years from now, will you be effective? Yes, we have to, we have to go through this holding process kind of set. That's my only thinking. I can't.
I'm sorry, how do you mean holding process?
Well, have an agreement in place, but yet nothing's gone until like 2 years or 3 years. Things are in
No.
place.
So I'm sorry, just to be very clear, there are revenue streams to be attained within that 2-year window, mostly white labeling and doing, I mean, we have to do some pretty robust agricultural R&D for the appellation. So there'll be test runs with different soils. There'll be various, I mean, obviously we have the manufacturing permit, so we have the ability to have revenue stream from that. I was speaking specifically to the deployment of the appellation and the city logo. Probably won't happen until 2022.
I'm still looking at future forecasts because then you have a people element. What happens with the employees that come? They may not all work out. You know, I'm just thinking.
Of course. I mean, that's.
It's
yeah.
just, the future forecast is always a scary thing for me. I haven't been able to do that in my own life, so.
There's going to be, Ms. Mayor?
Go ahead, Bob.
Obviously, what you're talking about, Stacy, is there's a risk. There's a risk. You know, we were aware of that. I want to go back to, it seems I due to personal reasons, I kind of, during the fall and up to the first of the year, I haven't been available much. But what I thought everything was moving in the right direction, everything I'd heard. And it seemed to be when I check in, but Ron's letter here on January 13th, one of the first issue is the water and sewer capacity needed to service the property would have to be similarly determined, and the city would have to clarify that it had sufficient capacity to serve. Craig, you said you had this conversation and you thought that we did, that was...
Well, I've heard different properties, different plans, I've heard a lot of different things, but Ron and I had talked before he had wrote this letter. So this letter that Ron had wrote, it was something that we had talked about before he wrote this letter.
Right, but so that isn't a serious issue, or we
don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he wants to do.
Well, you know how much water he wants.
Like I said, it's approximately 1.5 to 2 gallons per square foot per 7 to 10 days. And we can extrapolate numbers out from that per greenhouse set. And I mean, quite frankly, that was supposed to be one of the conversations. When Ron told me he was sending this off for review for form, what he had told me was that he wanted me to meet, Craig, with you in January and with you in January and try and, once we get approval, and that's why this is a non-voting thing, right? Because we're kind of bringing everyone up to speed on the conversation so far. But finalizing those calculations were obviously part and parcel. You're absolutely right. There's no way we could even talk about approving that until we come to agreement on what those numbers are. And, you know, you and I had spoken, and you're right. When you and I met about that, it was in regards to that back 90 piece when we were talking about the road that time. But the numbers per square foot remain the same. But for that project was much, much more square footage than this.
Yeah, I have no idea what the square footage is you're even discussing because we haven't seen anything. I haven't seen anything.
The other part here is it says that Ray has no concrete plans prepared by an engineer or an architect.
Which is, again,
he has a concept. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this is the first step to get to this next?
Yes, and so when we came with preliminary engineering reports and Ron realized the scope of it and how much staff time that was going to create, that's when he said, okay, well, how about this? We'll put the business permissions in one document and we'll put the engineering in another document, and that way you can justify the expenditure and we can justify the expenditure. And that was the thinking. So I came to Ron with an initial set of plans, and you guys are copied on the emails. He said, you know what, put those plans aside. We're going to adopt the PUD model. That conversation will begin after the development agreement.
I don't think we're all copied on all those.
You know, and I mentioned this earlier, you know, like, there were multiple times where I thought Craig was further involved in the conversation, I thought Bob was more involved in the conversation, and, you know, Ron had a tendency to silo information. I think we all have witnessed this, and that's how he ran things, and, you know, so at some point, he would loop people into conversations. Again, the Colantuono firm being told in June that to expect this within the next 2 to 3 months, right? Like, the Colantuono firm, or you're out to, Bob, you want to take that one?
Yeah, Bob will give us a surprise on that.
Ron had a friend down there. I asked him about a month ago if he had engaged a law firm to work on this, because I didn't know if I should take an active role or not. He said he had not. He just consulted a friend.
Wait, I think he said the Colantuono Highwater Watley firm the city has used for other things. Am I correct in this?
We have never used them that I'm aware of.
Yes,
But
we
do.
Oh, okay.
We have.
We do get a mailing from them all the time.
We
He may have
have,
called his friend all the time. I don't know.
Yeah, right. But Bob's saying,
we have used them,
Have we? For the water?
yes.
Okay.
Bring in, you say you've brought in a set of plans?
yeah.
Okay, why would we turn that down when we get to charge you a plan check fee? So that would be covering our time. That's another thing I'm getting at right now.
I think that's what I'm trying to get to right now, is I think what we need, the concern from the staff is, and I think it's valid, there's like, what are we risking here? You know, what are, you know, can we afford this risk?
So just to be clear as well, the development agreement does have a certain set of mandated engineering metrics under California Government Code. They are the height, size, density, and intensity of use of buildings. So there are basic metrics that we do have to provide in the development agreement, but again, the drafting of the PUD was when the actual conversation would come, well, okay, well, where are we going to place these buildings? Where is city going to pull water to? Where are the hookups going to be? All of these kind of downstream conversations. And to answer your question, Craig, I don't know why Ron didn't. I think he was kind of taken aback at the scope of it and realizing that this would have drained all of Keith's hours for the next X amount of months. He wanted to see some motion from the council at large.
Would it
to
be
say yes.
unreasonable for these to be shared with Craig? I mean,
No, dude, absolutely.
I mean, I believe the draft agreement, development agreement is kind of a gross tool, where the PUD becomes that finite tool that develops all the little pieces. But I think the development agreement says this is the maximum size, the maximum this, so you should be able to, I'm hoping, I don't really know because I don't know your business, so I'm hoping you'd be able to extrapolate from some of that.
What I brought, Ron, was something very similar to this, which I don't have copies for everyone of, but just so you guys can see, this is a 4-acre plot with 4 greenhouses and a support building and parking. This is what I brought Ron, and Ron said, you know what, this is getting a little too deep in the weeds. Let's see some intent. So it's in the preamble to the California Government Code section on development agreements that development agreements are specifically made to streamline processes and to reduce cost and to provide more comprehensive and cohesive planning between private and public sectors.
Let me jump back to an issue there before I forget to talk about it. The statute allows the city to establish fees to recover its costs in processing these things.
Yeah.
So part of the procedural thing, which I recommended we adopt by resolution, allows us to set a fee schedule for the recovery of our costs. The other thing I wanted to talk about was I talked with Keith about this. He said this is really above his pay grade. He's not really comfortable dealing with this. So I took the liberty to talk to another city planner who would be available to us on a consultancy basis. So we do have personnel we can call upon to help us with this. The legal stuff's been covered. What we need to cover now is the sound planning aspect of it, which I'm not qualified to do, and Tim will be jumping into the middle of it. So
How
we need
about,
to have some outside help with
is that Juliana or?
Juliana, yeah, is who I talked with, yeah.
Rico Tinsman also does have some familiarity with planned unit developments, and I've worked on him with projects in the past as well.
I think
for what it's worth.
That might be a good thing for us to do. It would give you assistance, and him, everybody gets the assistance we need.
That would be awesome.
correct me if I'm wrong,
I know.
at our meeting last month, didn't we approve hiring a cannabis attorney?
So this.
Do we need that person?
This is not actually, yeah, this
No?
isn't like, this is development law. This actually mentions the word cannabis like twice.
Okay.
It's not really, it's a different, it's land use law. It's
Okay.
not really cannabis law.
Real estate attorney.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
We have Nick Jacobs to talk about with CEQA. If we get into a CEQA issue, we can talk with Nick Jacobs, our CEQA attorney.
That's what
Oh, okay.
Bob's saying.
If they get the
But we're
development
not,
agreement.
we're not at that juncture yet. What we're looking at is how to, if we can make this work or we don't make it
My
work.
recommendation in my staff report to you tonight was that don't take action on this tonight, which of course you're not about to do anyway, but to refer it to Tim. He'll be here in 2 weeks. Let him deal with it. Let him maybe engage an outside planner to help him with it, and have me prepare a resolution which sets forth the procedure that we're going to follow to do this, including cost recovery.
Okay. Is that,
I mean, my only hesitancy with that is, again, we worked on this for a year, and in November, I got pump faked and have now expended 6 months worth of overhead, and we're talking about another 3 to 4 months before anything happens. If we wait for Tim, we wait for outside review, you guys have to pass a resolution, and then the development agreement under California code has to have a public hearing at the planning and then be in front of you guys twice. So we're now talking about another 5 or 6 months.
I totally hear you, but again, I'm gonna come from a HR perspective. What's right is right. If things weren't done correctly as a whole, I mentioned that to you.
Yeah,
We have to do it the right way so we don't go into any of these little holes and gray areas, because I'm hearing some other areas that might open up later. I'm just thinking that, with my limited speaking.
I mean, for instance?
Oh, I don't have it, just.
Okay, I thought maybe.
The complete package A to Z is not here. And it should have been here, and it should have been communicated to you that here, but there's some disconnect.
No, so this is, again, City Attorney Winston has read this document and found it to be in fulfillment of the California Government Code that dictates what the contract has to say.
But there's no numbers on the building and all.
There is, it's Exhibit C, it's the last page.
Is that map? See,
It's not, it's not
read
supposed
that.
to be a map, it's just, they're just baseline metrics, they're mandated by the government code. You have to provide
So
A, B.
this speaks to the building,
No,
parking,
that's
anything.
sorry, I meant the last page of the actual agreement. It's Exhibit C in the actual agreement.
I just gotta see the whole package, I'm not.
I believe that you guys were furnished with a copy of this? The actual, yeah, the actual document.
It's in here.
So, yeah, Exhibit C lists the permitted uses, density, height, and size of proposed buildings.
I'm sorry, it's just too much.
It's okay, I get it, it is complicated, I get it, I really do, I understand.
Please,
Okay.
that's hard.
So we can't do anything tonight because it's discussion only.
Yes, of course.
But we can request to have this on next month's agenda as a,
Well, initially, it has to, before it comes in front of you guys, there has to be a public hearing at planning. But if your intent is to have Tim chime in on this, what I would ask is that we allow Tim to chime in on this and simultaneously have the document reviewed for legality and form by the outside firm, if that's still your intent. And like I said, that was Ron's intent.
Who's paying for
It's
that?
not the outside, not the form that we're concerned with any longer. It's sound planning,
Yeah.
which I recommend we obtain maybe from our neighbor down the road, if we have to.
what, Sandy?
Can we instruct staff to seek that outside help?
Sure, you can do that. You're not going to approve the agreement tonight anyway. You can certainly give direction to staff to consult with outside planning, to start the process, to set forth the procedure. When we come back in a month, we'll have a head start on this. Not going to start from scratch. We'll have a couple of things done by then.
Should we establish a dollar amount for our work with Juliana, or if she's
I wouldn't,
willing?
it isn't on the agenda to do that tonight, so I wouldn't do that. Just give general direction to follow up with that.
I make a motion to have staff. Do we need a motion?
It's discussion. We can't have a motion.
Oh.
So my point is, does anybody in this room have any more questions? so we don't have to have a hour
Justin,
conversation, however long it was, a 45-minute conversation next month.
I just think that all information that's needed for a correct submission needs to be communicated to you, so you know exactly what it is, because you were told something and it didn't happen. I think coming out of this meeting tonight, you need to have
The
some
other thing
clear
that I would like people
direction.
to hear tonight is that
Just
there
to be-
is, there's been a lot of, it appears to me a lot of crosstalk and miscommunication as to what's allowed, what's not allowed, what's going to be put somewhere or not put somewhere. And that was, for me, that's what I want to be clear is he, meaning Ray, has a development agreement before us, and I want to make sure that if anybody has any questions as to what's going on that land, what's not going there, or what's being prevented, that we're all clear.
Yeah, that it's answered.
And even though it says discussion only, you are allowed to ask to direct staff to have it on the agenda for the next month with some things accomplished by then to report to you.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
So coming into this, some of the confusion on the staff's part was we weren't presented with the maps or anything. We were not privy to some of the conversations that have been had by email. So there's a lot of confusion as to what is actually being presented here. There was questions we were each, well, I shouldn't say each department, several departments had conflicting information as to where this project was actually going to be developed. So this is all, you know, I think this has given some clearer indication of what's going to be developed here. But again, there was some conflicting information. It's just, it hasn't been presented.
So this has been productive, in my estimation. I mean, that's.
I'd like to, for me, I'm making no bones about being simple-minded. And to me, what we're talking about here is, you know, obviously, do we support the idea of 250 jobs? I happen to know one of the council here that changed the whole attitude on this because the possibility of these jobs. Obviously, we want these jobs. Can we afford these jobs? It can be. It is the issue. But there's also the other issues on Ray's side of it, that there are people right now looking at us saying, is Ray trying to force these people to do something, or are they actually supporting this idea? There's a lot of pieces to this that all have to come together for it to happen, because as far as the money goes, I mean, we're looking at, you know, we know we're financially where we're at, you know, and you know, trying to can we afford this? We're trying to make the decision. Can we afford to do our side of this to get this complete? Pardon me?
Yeah, I get
Can we afford not to?
Yes, I agree. I'm just trying to
can't afford to do it.
simplify, and maybe I'm just in my mind, I'm trying to get the process set up. But I think that obviously we want to support this, but there is, and I have mentioned it, it's bigger than me, and to me it's like, wow, it's great.
I think
but it takes a big commitment on a lot of people's part to pull this off.
One of the things I believe we all missed was we probably should have had this conversation 4 months ago.
Yes.
So, well, that was the whole intent. When we submitted that in November, I went back to visit my parents for December, and so this discussion item was supposed to have happened in January. There was going to be a discussion item, all the department heads were going to get brought up to speed on the document, and that never happened.
So it just got.
I'm just asking, in a lot of ways, I'm asking to pick this up where Ron and I left off with it in November, because we've burned time and money since then with no, and after being told that I would see movement in January, you know, we went back to some of our partners and said, you know, we should have some surety by January, and then January rolls around and nothing happened, and I look like, you know, the rear end of a donkey going to these people and saying, hey.
You look better than that.
Yeah, thanks, man, appreciate it.
Front end.
Front end,
But it's unfortunate, because I understand your money part, you explained that specifically.
Sure, yeah.
But
I mean,
all parties need to have a piece of the product. And for our chief of police saying that they still didn't know some pieces, we have to make sure all that's in place. So that's what I'm saying, when you come back, how will we direct staff, direct all those pieces that are needed to be in place so everyone's aware? So all parties are connected, and it has to be that way.
And on that note, to the question that you started to ask earlier, and you and Ken were both talking at the same time, what you were kind of talking, a fully formed plan, that fully formed plan is the PUD. And so the kickoff of the PUD creation comes after the development agreement. And Bob's analogy of this being like a pre-escrow situation where we've expressed our intent to accomplish a certain set of goals, now let's really dig in earnest as to how we're going to accomplish those goals. That's the sort of phased deployment that Ron had intended this mechanism
I can just
to.
say, as a member of city council, I'm sorry that all the pieces weren't in place for you to move on with it.
Totally.
But I think we're still moving ahead to try to support it. So maybe a couple more months that you may not have, some steps in place. But I think we're doing the right thing by explaining everything and all parties are involved. It has to be that way.
Yeah, no, listen, again, that was my understanding after I gave Ron the thing on the 15th. He said, we should have about 2 weeks to have it reviewed by the outside firm, and when you get back from your visiting I went to visit my family, and, he had told me that we'd be sitting down with all the department heads and everything, and that just never materialized.
Didn't happen, right?
Right.
Okay.
I would like to move that we instruct the staff to engage Ray as necessary regarding Public Works and our legal department, and to have us look into hiring an outside planner to review the work.
Let's also instruct Tim to have it on the agenda for the next meeting.
Yes.
And have this on the agenda for the next meeting.
And I don't know when it's acceptable to engage Tim, but if you're watching, if he has any questions or anything, I'm here. You can get a hold of me. I'll have my number.
What was your phone number?
954-401-3448.
Slow, because you got to be able to write it down.
He's got it, man. Y'all have my phone number. I don't.
It's effective to do when he's employed.
Right.
Yeah, that's not, you can't do that.
Being this is supposed to go to the planning commission before it ever gets to the council level, shouldn't this be decided in the planning commission and not brought back to you yet?
Not yet.
So you're going to approve something here and
No, we're
then
not going
take
to
it
approve
to them?
anything. We're going to come back with the plan that's going to go to the planning commission. They have to refer it to the PC. Can't do it tonight. Not ready for that yet.
So we're asking you to bring it back to council so we can approve it, so it can go to the PC.
So I think part of the thing there too, just if I can interject, so the California Government Code says that the public hearing has to be by the planning agency, and then the vote has to be by an elected body. In some larger cities and counties where planning commissioners are elected, this whole thing could be accomplished at the planning commission, but because you guys have to direct the planning commission to have a public hearing, all the public hearing is because it's an ordinance and not a resolution and not a traditional use permit, but it's just a public hearing at the planning agency and then a vote by the elected body is the way the government code is written.
I read that it's got to make a recommendation to Ray.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, of course, but I just meant that as opposed to a use permit where the approval is with the planning commission, the approval is with you guys.
Right.
Yes.
So just my understanding, and I'm not as smart as you guys, planning commission comes to the city council and the hearing in the city council, right? That's what it will have.
Hearing at the planning committee.
Oh, it's going to be different.
Yes.
The PC has its own hearing, and then you have your own hearing.
Okay. I thought it would be one in the city council.
Take two from us?
It's a reading and it's an ordinance.
Yeah, just like a zone change or something like that, you'd have to have.
But we can
a PC
introduce that
action.
ordinance at a special meeting.
It's an ordinance, so it has to be at a regular meeting,
The introduction or the approval?
the approval.
But we could have.
So we could
Introduction
have
would
the
be at a special
introduction.
meeting, yeah.
Okay, so
Could
we
have
could
spe-
short circuit that a bit. Okay.
Good.
Okay.
Is that clear, Sandra? See, adds what?
You actually vote on his motion? Did you do that?
We can't, it's discussion. We can't vote.
You're giving direction to staff.
Gave direction. Sandy
vote
got
on
it,
that?
right?
Okay.
What did you get,
Do we
Sandy?
need approval from the council body as for you guys?
It's a consensus, but I'd certainly see nothing wrong with having a vote to give direction to staff. You're allowed to do that anytime.
I so move.
I'll second.
Okay, staff, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
And direction is given.
Direction to staff.
So really quickly, I just want to, what would you guys like to see of me? Like, what can I do to expedite this process? What do you want to see, Craig? What do you want to see, Bob? What do you guys, how can I help?
You need to get to them to tell them, Craig has questions. If you've got questions,
Let us know what you're doing.
Totally. Well,
Emily, do
next
you
week?
want anything?
I know you're busy.
she just wants $10,000 or $20,000,
Thank
that's
you.
all, right?
Yeah.
Maybe 100, 200.
Do you have a written business plan?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Have a copy of that?
Hopefully the company doesn't do this.
You can have,
I don't know if that's okay for us to ask.
I can redact a copy, so to be rather blunt, the business plan is only given out after a non-disclosure agreement with like a financing party. I can provide you with a redacted copy or like an executive summary of it, or if you have any specific questions, I'd be more than happy to, totally, no problem, yeah. Yeah. Of course, oh yeah, you don't, yeah, investment banks really don't talk to you if you don't.
I would say if staff is interested,
Yeah, to
conversation
open door,
can be had
right, like.
with everybody here, whoever has a question. I know Big Springs area looks a little bit differently on cannabis than us Main Street guys.
And Ron was like.
And I get that, because there is a lot of, I get it, yeah, without a doubt, I get it.
I voted for 5.
It's
It's a
not
different
retail. It's not retail.
It's not retail.
At all.
Yeah, no, definitely not, I don't want that.
Okay, moving on, now that it's 8:37.
Thank you for your time.
It's 9:30. We're on standard time.
On whatever time. Item number 8, consent agenda. Would anybody like to pull anything off the consent agenda?
Ken, don't.
Mr. Mayor, I make a
talk into
motion,
the-
we
Yes, sir.
accept the consent agenda as presented.
I will second it.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the consent agenda. All in favor?
I'd like to amend that. No, I'm just kidding.
Any opposed?
I'm going to bring a stick.
So we're going to go to item 10, staff reports.
Emily?
Justin, would you like to start? Do you have any staff report?
Darn, you like to mix it up.
I don't have anything to report.
You did, but you forgot.
Must have.
Okay. John, you can, this is a staff report.
Well, about all I have is real quick. I get asked often what's happening with Hecker's Saw Shop.
Oh.
And John and Corey are in the back, and I want people to know that
Hi, guys.
they're going to do a great job there, and I think that will get people past the arch, which is what we've got to do.
No, they want him to stop at the arch now. Right here.
You go past, dude.
They come back.
So,
Could you tell us what we're going to, I'm not.
Oh, at
privy.
Hecker's?
Yeah, I'd like to
Oh.
know. I'd like to know the story.
One of you.
People ask me and I don't know.
So it's going to be, well, I'm Corey Scharf, 92 Main. We're going to basically put a tap house there, bar, brewery at some point, but we're not going to brew on premise. They'll be brewed at our house, but so we have to do a major remodel, and we've gutted the building basically, and we found a lot more stuff than we thought.
Remodeling?
So we're in a,
Did you find my old chainsaw there?
yeah, I found a couple.
Probably.
We're in the planning process of drawing the plans up right now, and that's where we're at, so. And wine too, yes. And cider and kombucha, whatever you like.
But nothing to do with tools.
No, but it's gonna be a saw-themed bar.
Okay.
So I've collected a lot of saws and, blades and stuff of that sort, and
That you found in the floor and in the walls?
pretty much, Hecker left me a lot of, I wanted to do, signs for the beer out of, chainsaw bars, so he left me like 300. And I'm like, what is all this stuff? But yeah, so that's basically what we're doing, and it's going to be the saw shop saloon, I said originally, but I don't know if that's gonna be the name or not, so it might be tap house or brewery or something.
Any
of that
tentative
sort.
dates or something we can look at?
A what?
Tentative dates or something approximate? Please give us something.
We're thinking 6 months.
Hey, we're going to be really busy reviewing
I know, yeah,
these
well,
plans.
our building's only 450 square feet, so.
We'll have to have a couple soft openings.
There you go, yeah. We'll have a keg down there when we're working, so come on by for a free beer. Yeah, yeah. So,
I don't want to see any black and whites down there either.
we'll be drinking inside the building, though.
If you ever feel down and out about downtown weed, just go see Corey and John. You'll walk away smiling.
Yeah.
I like to welcome them, sir.
Are we going to have to
Thank you.
approve another beer and wine license, that means?
No,
Yeah,
theirs-
probably, yeah.
Theirs will be an on sale.
Oh, okay.
And it'll be,
different one.
we're under the
Different.
limit right now. I will say that the building department and I have spoken with him about the potential of what Ms. Montgomery was speaking about earlier with the city parcels there. So he may have some ideas as to outdoor area and being able to utilize that space without actually affecting the stream bed, being over the
Absolutely,
stream
yeah.
bed, and maybe I'm envisioning maybe even an ingress into that area that's not near the stream bed from that parcel, or from that outdoor area, so.
We have a gate already there we put.
Well,
That was
I mean,
a house
it would probably take some sort of agreement between the city as far as a lease of the parcel.
Absolutely,
Because
yeah.
that is city parcel, but we have discussed that already.
Right.
So, yeah, when she gets going next time, I'll definitely be down there sawing or doing something.
Thank
Throw
you.
out a trailer and whatnot, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you later.
And John, thank you. This is what a community is about. It really is. Right here. Well, right here. And this is how we do it. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Emily?
I've got nothing that tops beer.
Girl Scout cookies?
Yeah.
They don't even top beer?
Sandy?
Justin, John, Emily, and I did a walkabout on Main Street today with a couple of the ladies from the Economic Development.
Thank you.
And kind of showed them some of Main Street, and hopefully we'll have some thoughts and ideas of things that they can help with.
Corey was there?
Corey owns his building?
No.
No, that Corey.
Oh, Corey and Alex, yes, yeah. We did stop at Corey's building, though.
I wasn't there.
Craig, do you have anything else to say? You know you're getting the big money now. Do you have
Oh,
anything
yeah.
to say? You forgot, didn't you?
No.
Earn that fact.
We had a meeting this morning with Loves,
Oh, yeah, I keep getting that.
with
Where
the
we're at.
engineer and the real estate development. They are still behind. They're waiting for the judgment to come down because they got appealed by the Hammond Ranch Group. So they are going to file for an extension, for a 6 months extension on their plans, but they are going to go ahead and start getting some plan review back to us. They're going to still keep moving forward, but we're going to be going slow.
So is that why they haven't cut any trees yet?
Yes. So
That's the question I get all the
when they
time.
go, they want to be able to come and go, so.
Yeah, because they're saying 9 months and it's built,
Yeah.
right? Once they start going?
Do we have an update about the other tree cutting place that needs to be cut down for a building to be put up? The other business? Do you have any communication with that?
Oh,
I think we should buy that next parcel right next to it and just clear cut it. How much they want for it?
Ken,
We gotta
nobody
make a
asked you to
collection.
talk.
I know.
Not your turn. You had your
Bob,
time.
Winston.
Miss
Okay.
Mayor, I got one. Regarding, actually, Emily, I had the privy of being shown an office room that was just fantastic. It was such an improvement. It was a great, I mean, it's an asset to the city. I mean, a new asset. Thank you very much for the people that did that. I don't know who did that, but it had to be, it was quite an undertaking. And Betsy, well, thank you very much. I mean, it was,
Tired of it. and
that was
decided
major.
to go.
That was
No,
major.
it's-
And it's kind of a private, you had to see it to believe it. But thank you.
Is it done?
Yes. Well, it's empty.
Okay.
Wonderful.
Needs a little once-over
I
on
did
the
notice
cleaning.
the sign got moved at the hall.
I'm clueless, like always.
Thank you.
Oh, you'll have to come by.
Okay.
Okay,
I move that we go to closed session.
Second it?
all in favor?
Aye.
Closed session. It's only 8:45.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
You guys are some brave souls, I have to say.
Can we have like a
Put up with us.
2-minute break just for a restroom?
Thanks, Ray.
Yeah, we're going to the
And
restaurant.
then this will be quick.